All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hope you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Peter. How are you today?
Morning, Carlos. Sorry. I am doing great. Busy day here for me. We've got just all sorts of stuff happening. My son got in town from Europe last night, so
Nice.
good to have him back. First time he's back in country in a couple of years. It's my wife's birthday today, so happy birthday.
Oh, happy
her.
birthday to your
Yeah.
wife. Yes, yes.
So, anyways, just lots of other stuff going on, obviously, with parties and events and people here, and it's busy. So
Awesome.
hopefully we get
Awesome,
some
man.
good trading in this morning, because I don't think today I'm planning to trade all day. So
Yeah, you
want
probably
some
got
good-
other important stuff you're going to be focusing on. How was trading yesterday? I know you were trading with P Capital yesterday. How did that go?
I as typically happens, I missed the trades. Called good trades. There was like 5 different trade opportunities. One would have failed, but the other 4 would have worked. A couple famously, as we had some stuff that moved, didn't we? Like the open was not looking that promising yesterday. But I gotta say, like AMD, what a rocket ship yesterday. That thing just took off. Tesla had a good move at the open, so there was a few things that gave some good moves, and then a little bit later after the open, there's some good retracements, reversals. So I thought it was some good trading yesterday. Again, not right at the open. You had to be a little patient. I saw you were trying to trade Apple yesterday. It did you dirty.
It did me so dirty, Apple, yesterday. No
Spiked
fun,
right
no
back
fun.
through the VWAP, stopped you out. I saw that.
You couldn't make this up.
That was that was ugly. That was mean.
Yeah.
It was very mean to you. So it owes you.
Sure was. Sure does, man. And then look at the run after. I mean, it just kept on going.
I'm telling
all
you,
the way to 314. All we wanted was 310. That's all we wanted, Apple. But you didn't even give us that. So, a tough one there. But some members did get in again and took advantage. So good job, guys, in making that happen. All right, friends, let's jump into our gappers list brought to you by tradingterminal.com. And as you can see here, we got a couple of things in the green. And some of our memory AI plays in the red today. So, they were all in the green yesterday. Today, giving a little bit back. Quite decent numbers. They're down 5% on a MU, 4% here, MRVL 4, AMD, Intel. I mean, this is just what continues to be in play, guys. All tech, AI, and memory. And that's what you're seeing in our gap down list today. So we'll run through this and see what looks good, what we can add to our list. Some names I'm not familiar with. ABCL, I don't think I ever seen that one. And we'll dive into all this. All right, before we do that, Peter, U.S. economic calendar, what do we have for today? I'll wait till you bring that up.
Oh, sorry, I'm on mute.
Okay, hear you. Oh, there we go.
We got. I mean, there's a lot, but not a lot. It's one of those days where there's a lot of stuff on the list, but nothing that I expect the market to pay too much attention to. Import and export balances. All right, the market doesn't really care about that, frankly. Trade balance information, the ADP employment, maybe, but that's only 8:15, right? That just comes out in a couple of minutes, so it's too early for the market to really pay attention. There's something new on the list, though. If you see down the list at noon, we have this EIA short-term energy outlook. That's a new one. I'm like, what the heck is that? But apparently, the Energy Information Administration of the U.S. Is going to provide near-term perspective on energy markets. It's going to tell you information on, what the market analysis for crude oil, petroleum products, and others. Now, I mean, this is like, there's no history. You can see, like, we've got no background data. There's nothing. This is the first time I've ever seen this number. Now, I don't know if it's the first time they're releasing it or just the first time that they're including it in this market outlook. But it's a new one. And notice there's no forecast. There's no previous number. So it'll be interesting to see. I have no idea. The market will it, is this because of the oil situation out of the Strait of Hormuz? Is this, they feel a little late for that, but I don't know. Maybe it took them a while to get their stuff in order. I don't know. We'll find out at noon if the market cares or not. Excuse me, or not. But anyways, that was the only new thing I saw in there that I thought might be of interest. Everything else is pretty ho-hum. So, nope. And Carlos
excuse me. No, I did it. No, I did it. No, I forgot to hit the button.
Now,
all right.
In economic news, or maybe just Manfred is saying blackouts and brownouts. I just see this in the chat room. Are you like talking like power? Are you getting power blackouts? That would be like. What's
where?
going on there? I don't know. That's why I'm curious what he means by that. I'm trying to figure out the thread here. I don't see the thread of conversation on that. It's just sort of a little random. But in any event, because that would concern me. Because and that would be of interest because of I'm waiting for the backlash against data centers, right, Carlos? Was it you that was telling the story a little while ago about someone had a data center and how loud it was right near their house?
It wasn't about how loud it was for me, but that okay, imagine that that could be loud, right? Generators. I mean, what runs these things, right?
Yeah. Well, they had I can't remember now who. Somebody was telling me the story where they said there was a giant data center built in the neighborhood. Everybody fought against it and lost, and the data center got built. And they were running these generators that they said it's only temporary. We're just testing it at the beginning. Well, apparently the data center's been up and running for 4 or 5 months now, and they've never shut off the generators because the power grid is not able to deliver enough energy, enough power to the data center to run it. So they're running these generators, these big diesel generators 24/7. And I'm thinking like I never thought about noise. You think of a data center being pretty quiet, right? Yeah, it might be a giant building sitting there that's sucking power out of the grid, but I never thought about it being loud on top of it. So, anyways, bottom line, I'm just waiting for the public backlash to all these data centers. Everybody's all excited from a market perspective on AI. It's always different when suddenly one gets built in your neighborhood, right? And it affects your life. So anyways, we'll see what happens, especially with this heat wave going through, the U.S. and the usually power demands are at their peak when you got the air conditioning. Now, a lot of these massive data centers that are being built are not yet online, so we're not seeing the big drain on the energy grid yet. But I mean, there are some out there, and it is starting to get to the critical phase, and we do not have nuclear power yet online. And I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard anything yet, but again, I'm waiting for the backlash. I mean, there have been these isolated stories, like we had that isolated story out of the, where was it? It was somewhere weird. It was not weird, but like Salt Lake City in Utah or something like that, where the local power authority said we are no longer providing power to the entire town. Was it Lake Tahoe?
I remember that.
Yeah, Lake Tahoe.
Yeah, it was Lake Tahoe. Yeah.
Well, so Percival is saying the backlash started a while ago. I would agree, but again, it hasn't hit critical mass yet, right? Like it's not a thing that politicians are going to build their campaigns on right now. That's usually when it gets to the critical side, when you're willing to go on a public campaign and really start to say, we need to fight this. That's different right now. Most people are siding with the money, which is typically what happens at first, right? Everybody sides with the money until it all becomes too painful, and you realize how much destruction or conflict or problems it's going to cause. So anyways, look, we'll see what happens. Right now, people seem to be generally, still interested in AI and think it's a great thing. I'm waiting for that time to turn. So that's why, anyways, all this very long-winded way of saying I'm very focused on if we hear about brownouts or black power blackouts, I think that's the type of thing that could really start to cause public opinion to shift a little more largely, in a bigger degree, which could then cause market impact, right? That we've got to sort of pay attention to. So what stocks, think of all these companies that have gone up significantly because they've announced giant data center projects. We were looking at one yesterday, right, Carlos, that had popped up because they had a massive data center deal with Anthropic. Yeah. We could get to a point very quickly where announcing a big data center deal could have the opposite effect on your stock. So we'll see what happens.
It sure can.
Percival, you're making things up. data centers are using old jet engines. You can't generate power from a jet engine, can you? It just consumes power. Anyways, never mind. I don't know. He's pulling my leg, I think, on that one.
Who knows? Um, what is the controversy with PlayStation? Someone's saying that there was a controversy with PlayStation and Sony's gonna crash soon.
PlayStation.
What happened?
Well, they made an announcement that they are no longer going to be producing, or their intent is to move to completely online games. They will not provide any. You can't buy like a DVD or CD or whatever it is. You can't buy a physical copy of a game anymore.
That's the right move. I mean, I don't see how that's a problem.
Well, there is a problem in that because
Okay.
Microsoft, they had sort of announced that was it Microsoft? I can't remember. One of the gaming companies announced on their platform that even if you'd bought copies of movies and earlier games, they're no longer supporting them. So they're no longer available. You bought it, you paid for it, but they're saying, actually, we're going to delete it off your machine because we don't support it anymore. So apparently, if you buy something, you don't really buy it. This is where the backlash is coming. So how do I, there's no guarantee. Basically, I have to rent everything. So if I'm always
that's the future. I know you guys. I see the comments. I know you guys don't like it. That's the future, my friend. That's it. It's like the Netflix. Do you go out and buy movies? Who actually goes buy an actual physical movie? You just don't. You rent and you stream, and that's the future. Right? Listen, the new generation. Now, my generation, we had disc, Peter. We had disc. We had something we could put in there. If it breaks, you're screwed, right? But no, the new generation rents everything. They don't feel the need to own anything. Everything is rented. They pay the $24 a month to Microsoft Xbox, like I do, and we have hundreds of games, hundreds. Support it and upgrade it. My son is doing Formula One. He's doing NASCAR. He's doing all of this. He's doing soccer. We don't own a piece of it. We just pay $24 a month, and that's it. That's the future. I know you might not like it, but that's the future. I mean, this is what it is, right?
There you go. And Carlos, I got to go back. Percival's, he proved his point. They are actually looking to power data centers with jet engines. So I got the picture here for you. Apparently,
Really?
Pro Energy's PE6000 gas turbine engine, which is based on the GE Aerospace turbofan engine, can generate 48 megawatts of electricity. So this is was revealed at the Data Center World Power Show. Like what the there's a show for everything. Isn't it? It's amazing. Anyway, so the Data Center World Power Show in San Antonio, they revealed this natural gas powered Pro Energy engine. So there you go. You can convert natural gas energy into electricity using a gas turbine engine, which imagine having that running 24/7 in your backyard.
That'll be pretty loud. That'll be pretty loud. But there it is. We're here to offend you or Frank only. I'm here to offend Frank. The rest of the people are safe, as I was mentioning here in chat over on YouTube. So I just want to offend Frank. So if Frank is going with something, I'm going against it. But it's so funny because I see the complaints. So everybody's complaining, oh, this is bad, this is bad. But have all of you guys bought an actual game? I mean, it'll be a few, but a lot of people complain they're using the streaming service, right? So, I don't know. Is it good? No. Do I like it? No. But it's the future, man. Whether we like it or not, I get it. It's such a cost savings for them to print out these things and ship them and all this blah, blah, blah. So we'll see. All right, friends, let's dive in. Let's dive into what our gappers list looks like this morning. CRNX is first. I think we've seen this before. I don't think we ever put it on our list, but let's see if today's a different type of situation. And here's probably why. Look at the daily. It doesn't really get a lot of volume, but yesterday got 5. Today's getting 14 already in the pre-market. What's happening here? Up 98%. Buyout, Peter. Who's buying Crinetics Pharmacy? This is strange. Yeah, that's it's interesting.
Crinetics Pharmaceuticals. You're correct. It's a company called Vertex. which is buying them out. So $10 billion is the ticker price, the sticker price, sorry. And Yeah, I don't know what the price per share is, but I've got to believe it's, it's probably somewhere around 84.50 or something like that, based on where the price went to. Maybe $85. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, Vertex is buying them out for 10 billion. Buyouts just don't make good trading opportunities because the move has already happened, and it's basically the price is just going to sit here now until the deal gets closer to closing. So.
Okay. All right, there you go. So not really tradable, guys. We'll leave this alone. Up 98%. The numbers look good, hitting our scanners, but might not be tradable this morning. Go ahead, Peter.
We did have our first data point that came out this morning, the EDP employment, which may be the only other interesting one. Whoa. Sorry. Oh my God. Come here. Stop that. What's happening? I can't control my cursor
Control
today.
the mouse. Control the mouse, Peter.
Yeah, the mouse is running away from me. Anyways, it came out a lot lower than expected and lower than the previous. Only 21,000 jobs were created in the last week, which is lower than the previous numbers. So I'm seeing them. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a reaction, but the market has sort of pulled back after it was moving higher up until the data came out. Now it's moving downwards a little bit. So we'll see if that has any longer term impact. But that's why I was checking the history here to see the number, and it's still in a healthy range, frankly, right? We see in January, February, the economy, the U.S. economy was generating a lot fewer jobs than that. So, still in a growth.
Okay.
It's just lower growth.
Yep. Agreed. All right. Let's see how it reacts here. SPY right now, not doing a whole lot at the moment. All right. All right, we started our day, and I see our friends already getting blocked here. Peter, I'm not sure if you saw that already, but as usual, YouTube immediately starts blocking people. There it is, Melanie getting blocked already. We'll show this. I don't see anything wrong, she said here, but YouTube is just so soft. So soft, YouTube. Stop blocking our friends. All right, let's continue here. AMPG is next. AMPG, let's see what we got there. AMPG this morning. This looks ugly. Amplitech Group. Yeah, this looks so bad. So I'm not sure what's going on. Up 10%, 2.6 million shares traded. There are other low flow, 21 million. I don't see how this will be on my list today.
Interesting. A little bit of a weird story here. They announced that they're going to go on to a stock repurchasing program, and at the same time terminated an at-the-market equity offering. So they basically were offering, private companies to buy their stock, but at market prices, which would make sense why that was undersubscribed or unused. Because if you can just buy it at the market, why wouldn't you just buy it at the market, right? Like, why do you need to go through the company? You could literally just buy the shares. So anyways, I guess that's good because they're reducing the supply. Basically, they're saying that they're going to spend about $10 million to buy back their own stock. Now, again, keep in mind the size of this company. This is a company that had 27 million of sales last year. This is a $10 million stock repurchase program. So, this is a small company. They report only having 46 employees. So, yeah, do I want to trade it? Probably not. It's up 10%, but I don't think so.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to trade very well, so I'm going to keep it off my list for now. Also, low flow, 21 million shares flow, so be careful with that one. PDYN is next. PDYN this morning, we are up 5.8. Another low flow sitting at 31 million shares float. 832,000 shares traded. Another one that just doesn't look too fun. So we might move from this one quickly too. Peter, what's your thoughts on it?
Yep, I would agree. We can move quickly from this one. Now, this is interesting because, we've heard of this company, although I haven't traded Palantir AI. But they say that they're able to execute on a $4.2 million U.S. Air Force Research Lab contract. So, it's sort of cool what they're doing, because I don't know if you remember that one of the things that Palantir is making are these drones that operate in what they call swarm mode. So even that just sounds ominous, doesn't it? But anyways, so basically they can send it a swarm of AI managed, so independently autonomous drones that will go and execute a specific mission. and they'll dynamically figure out how to, make it happen, basically, whatever that mission is. So, and they, of course, Carlos, as all these companies like to do, I like how they just tack on to the end of it, and they're looking to extend into space-based systems, including
Of
satellite missions.
course. Why
You got to
not?
add that on nowadays. Again, I don't know if anybody's actually doing it, but everybody's adding on that, oh, and we're looking at space. Everybody just wants to put that in there nowadays. So,
Yep.
all right.
Everything has to be space compatible.
Well,
So,
and there's some irony, right? Because again, remember what we're talking about: drone technology. What don't you have in space?
right.
Air. So I'm not quite sure how the drones work in space because
Right. Put
they're
like little turbo jets on. I don't know. What?
yeah, you need a whole different propulsion technology because you're not using the drone little, you're not using propellers. Anyways,
Yeah,
all right,
that won't work. All right, friends. So yeah, not watching this one again. Our gap up list not looking so hot this morning. Let's take a look at maybe a few more here. We'll do one more, then we'll skip around. Actually, we only got two more left, so might as well do those. Is EOSE. So this is EOS Energy. We're just talking about energy. This one just starting to get going here, getting a nice little pop here up 6.2, 559,000 shares traded. It is 170 million shares flow, so not a low flow, lower price, but it's starting to move here, Peter. So maybe some news breaking out and it causing the pop. As you see it go, they're up 7% now, and volume not climbing as fast as you would think, right? It's still pretty low. It's still at 568, 71 now, 1,000.
Yeah, I have no idea why this is moving. To be honest, I don't see any news on it. I'm not seeing any. Yeah, I don't know. I've got nothing. So
There we go. All right. It's in play. I don't know what's going on with it. Maybe we can come back to it. But it seems to be getting some action here this morning. We can always come back to this one. All right, and then another one here, FISV. This is Fiserv. I don't recall hearing about this people, but
Fiserv.
But they don't look good though. I don't know. They just popped up here. Not much
I
happening.
like the news on it. The news is good. The Wall Street Journal reported that a number of major banks, including J.P. Morgan and Bank of America, may be making bids for their debit card network. Fiserv runs called the Star SL debit card network, and apparently a couple of major banks have expressed interest in buying them out. So that is, that's good news, and it's good that it's a rumor, right? Like the confirmation of a buyout is terrible trading. Rumor of a buyout can make for great trading. So be aware of that. I mean, this is going to be news dependent, of course. It all depends on what we hear next. But the fact that it's not just one bank, Fiserv, it's J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and PNC apparently are all potential suitors to make a bid for it. So, hey, look, if you're looking to trade a stock, this could be a good opportunity, especially if a bidding war happens. Again, or this could fizzle away and nobody's interested in acquiring it and the stock drops back. So, because you can see it had a rise over the last few days, as clearly, the insiders probably knew something was going on. Now we're just catching wind of it. So, again, I like the news. Will it create an opportunity? It's really tough to tell.
Yeah, absolutely. Friends, just a matter of 4.5 minutes. We're going to have Engineering the Market starting here in our chat room. So be on the lookout for that. If you do want to join our chat room, you can go to bearbertraders.com and join our chat there. All right. Here we have, yes, I see the comments. So, yes, U.S. did get crushed. It got trashed yesterday. But you know what? As people say, like, it's just U.S. and soccer just don't go. I mean, we just don't have a big enough, popular enough breeding ground, from what I'm hearing, right? It's just, we just don't, it's not our sport, and it's tough. It's tough. But they got embarrassed. I mean, there was just this, so they look lost, Peter. They look lost. Like, that first goal is like, do you guys know how to play the game?
I find that, yeah, we had intentionally listened to the announcers after the game, and they were saying the same thing, Carlos. They were saying how it was absolutely a horrible showing, and it was like you said, right? The They completely fell apart, didn't know what they were doing, and I was like, it felt a little harsh. The U.S. had some great plays. They couldn't capitalize
Did
on
they?
them. I thought they did. They
Okay.
moved the ball well, especially early on. They came out very aggressive, but they just couldn't maintain it. And let's face it, you're facing one of the top teams in the world. And I've seen this for years in the Canadian team too. There is a point at which when you realize we just can't keep up, and the team sort of lost its cohesion, right? And they fell off on their defense. And yeah, there was all the goals were defensive breakdowns.
Yeah,
So
they were all mistakes. At least two of them were clear,
oh
like
yeah,
rookie
they were
high
very
school
yeah.
mistake. It was just like, what is happening?
I feel that people are being a little harsh. I mean, yeah, yes, they made some big mistakes, but it wasn't that disastrous in my opinion. But anyway, but yes, definitely. The
You're being Canadian nice now. You're being Canadian nice. It's okay, we'll take it.
There's work to do, but
work to do.
You know.
You need to destroy and rebuild everything from scratch. Get
Oh,
players
my
from
goodness.
Spain or Europe. Don't get them from here.
You guys are harsh.
Don't get them from the U.S. That's not us. We're not built that way.
Anyways.
All right. Oh boy, oh boy. I'm sorry. Just keeping it real. This is my team. I'm the U.S. My country, but we suck. It's just what it is.
Oh my goodness.
Here we go.
You guys are harsh, man. You're like fair weather fans. This is what the team you support the most, man.
No, they have my support. They have my support. Destroy and rebuild this thing because it's not working. No, but in all honesty, you can't rebuild when it's not a national big sport here. It's not. And when you don't have that, you're not going to get the best of the best. You're not going to get it. You know, basketball, football, baseball, yes. But yeah, it's just we're happy. We're very happy with what we ended up with. All right, given the talent. All right, here we go, friends. Let's continue with something that looks a lot more better than yesterday's game, at least for the U.S. It's now NOW. This is much, much better. Up 2.9 this morning, 494,000 shares traded. Daily looks like it wants to keep going here. Had a little bit of a sell-off in the last couple of days and now trying to recover here over at 110.90. So pre-market, though, it looks, again, we got the nice pop, but now it just looks very choppy. So, Peter, on the fence, I know people like this one because a lot of members on our chat and also on YouTube are watching this one here when it was doing some stuff. But I think it's not looking all that great, at least now.
Yeah, I don't. And there's not really a lot of news, right? There has been a turning of tides many times over on the software, the major software providers. ServiceNow here is one of the big sort of software as a service type environments. They're not to the scale of an Oracle or an SAP, but they provide their CRM services into enterprises, and there's been a lot of talk about the death of these services. Carlos, you've been sort of hinting at it. Or saying it outright in a couple of different industries. This is the type of space that AI type engines can radically change the environment. Now, the AI hasn't got to the point where anybody's going to trust their enterprise, data and data management to, sort of an AI engine yet. But they're getting there, and that means that it could bring rise to other competitors, and that's been the concern. And sometimes people are like, "Oh, they're going to die because someone's going to eat their lunch," and then the next week they come out with an announcement or something, and everybody's like, "No, they're going to continue to lead the industry because they have the market share and the presence and blah blah blah." So it feels like that there's an on and off again love-hate relationship going on with these types of stocks. I guess this morning we're in love. So, so ServiceNow is gapping up. There's no real news. It could be down again tomorrow. So, but yeah, tradable. This one's always been hard to trade, in my opinion. So I wouldn't spend a lot of time watching it unless you really like it. It gets decent volume. I won't say that it doesn't, but I find it difficult to trade.
Yeah, same here. All right, friends, 8:31, Jared's Games ready to rock and roll. We're going to switch off to him over in chat. We'll catch you guys a little bit later. Have a great trading day. And again, if you guys want to join Jared, head over to bevertraders.com. It's a couple of options so you can see him live. And also, one more thing. If you missed the Engineering the Markets, there is a recording that Jared puts up every single morning, very timely, on YouTube, right? So on YouTube, go to our YouTube channel. You can see Engineering the Market recordings for every single day, so you catch up all the stuff that he's doing there. And you do have to be a Lambos and Garbage Truck member, but all the recordings are available there for you if you miss it or just want to dip both first. Want to dip on YouTube, then catch up with Jared. You could do all that as well. All right, Jared, we'll hand it off to you, and we'll catch you a little bit later. All right, friends, we'll continue here on YouTube and X. And let's go ahead.
To see an upside down chart. We had some data that came out.
Oh,
the U.S. trade balance came out. Nothing too surprising there. It's sort of weird to look at an upside down chart like this, but basically what this means is that the U.S. is importing more than they're exporting, which is not a surprise. I mean, the U.S. has been a net importer for decades now. If you actually look at the numbers, the actual number was better than expected. The forecast was negative 78.3 billion. It came in at negative 77.6 billion, so that's good. But yeah, I mean, no surprise there. We know that the U.S. is a net importer. So imports and exports number are coming out, and yeah, look at that. We should be seeing basically a $77 billion difference between the two, which is pretty much what we're seeing right here. So there you go. There's your numbers.
All right, there it is, friends. All right, we were looking at now. What did we decide on this one, Peter? Do we like it?
Hard to trade.
Not so much. Hard to trade, right? Yeah.
Hard to trade, yeah. Yeah.
All
so right. It's one of those where maybe like now CRM. There's a couple of companies that are right in this space that they're all for some reason all oddly hard to trade. Workday. Right, they're all sort of in a similar type space, and they trade similarly for whatever reason. So at least every time I've tried to watch them. So yeah, for me, it's probably not. Like I'd put it on a secondary if we have absolutely nothing else to watch. Maybe I'd keep an eye on it, but I'd be more likely to default back to my old standby favorites, right? Before I'd go to this one. So
yeah, agreed. All right, so let's stop here with our gap up. That kind of covers most of them. We got some other ones here that don't look all that great. Peter, let's go to you. Anything on the gap up that you like this morning we haven't covered, or something on this list you want to go over?
Well, we're right in between earnings season, so there's no earnings, absolutely no earnings to talk about. So, so that's not going to impact our list. So I can only look and see what's gapping up versus gapping down. And interesting, pretty much all of the Magnificent Seven are gapping up here. NVIDIA seems to be the one exception where the whole semiconductor space is down a little bit this morning. But on the upside, Apple, we can't ignore Apple because it was a good mover at the open yesterday. And it put it right back into this all-time high territory. So I don't, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to do anything today, but it feels like it's in a good spot that it might be worth watching just based on the daily chart. Apple might be worth having on your list. There was a couple others I know that people were watching just because of the moves yesterday to see where they went. I didn't see much that I liked. And I'm talking about like the Google and Meta specifically. I know people are keeping an eye on. I had some hope for Microsoft. It was horrible yesterday. Just a horrible trading stock. So nothing going on there. I Carlos, think that SpaceX actually ended up being a little more interesting than anticipated. Not good for the SpaceX shareholders, but because it dropped over the course of the day yesterday. But SpaceX was, did make some moves. And it might be worth paying attention to because it's gapping up just marginally here this morning. But it can put itself in play. It hasn't been as great of a trader as I was hoping. You can sort of see on this
flat.
daily. Yeah, it's definitely found a range it's comfortable at for now. And somebody was asking me just yesterday, I can't remember, what's your long-term thoughts on what we should do in the markets? And I'm like, dude, I have no idea. I don't, I trade. Ask me what something's going to do between 9:30 and 4. I might be able to, give you an answer. But ask me what something's going to do long term. I don't know. The exception I would say is SpaceX. I've got firm views on SpaceX. I still think that this stock is going down. Here's my prediction.
I was going to ask you. Let's reaffirm those views. So you still are in the camp that is down. Okay.
Because I think what's going to happen is this thing is probably going to stay flat. People are going to be in a wait and watch mode. Some of the big money. Now it's going to hit right. It's going to get added to the index, which is going to give it a little bit of a pop. So I'm not saying it's not going up in the short term, but I think there's some down. I think their first couple of quarters of earnings, because remember, we haven't had any earnings from them yet. right, as a publicly traded company. I think once the actual earnings comes out and they have to produce all that paperwork and the market gets to dig into their finances, real in depth, I think there's going to be some surprises and the market's not going to be happy. That's my guess, but I could be wrong. But I just think that they're spending a lot of money on the XAI. We know that there's, that's sort of the money suck of the three companies they've got mixed in here. They got to continue to generate revenue, of course, from Starlink, which is what's given them the most revenue input, and then of course the SpaceX just needs to keep doing its thing. But I just think that I think that we're going down first. So long term, I'm very bullish on SpaceX. I think that it's a good opportunity to be a great business. The giant asterisk on that is assuming that Elon doesn't go crazy, which is the risk. Because remember, written right into the documents of this company is he is like decision maker and chairman for life. That's a little risky, right? I mean, he is almost exactly my age. So I'm not sure. I wouldn't want to be chairman for life on a company. I mean, hopefully I'll still stay lucid and can be in charge of something for the next 20 years or so. But, after that, I mean, do you really want, can you picture like 89-year-old, Elon in charge of his $1 trillion company? I'm thinking there's going to be some weird decisions being made. So I don't know. Anyways, yeah, we'll see what happens. So, anyways, we got a long way to go before Elon hits 89, right? So, but
got a little bit of time. Yeah, they got a little bit of time.
Of course,
yeah.
Would they? You know how people do those online tests and everything? What is your you got your physical age and then you got your biological age, right? So and I always love those tests, Carlos, because basically you can go and do 5 push-ups, and they're like, your biological age just went down by 10 years or 2 years or something. I'm like, really? By doing 5 push-ups? Anyways, I wonder what Elon's biological age is, because I'm looking at him. He doesn't look like he's in great shape.
No.
So, anyways, oh well.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? Yeah. All right, friends, and also I think today they're joining. What is it? The S&P 500 or something? They're joining something today. I forgot.
He's in gamer shape. Ben, you're right. He's a great shape for a gamer. He fits right in there. Yeah.
NASDAQ. Okay, NASDAQ. There we go. There's NASDAQ that are joining today. I knew they were joining something. I heard it on the radio this morning, but while running around and taking care of the kids, hard to remember exactly what they said. But there it is.
And that means we've got more. The NASDAQ 100 is what it's being added to, and that means, like I said, you're going to see some buying. It's going to be added to the indexes, indices, which is always good for a stock in the short term. It also means more analysts are going to be following it. So again, that also brings bigger scrutiny. So we'll see what happens. Again, I honestly think there's going to be some troubles. I firmly believe that Elon's been doing a lot of funny business in the background with SpaceX. We saw some of it when he was selling them, $100 million worth of Cybertrucks or whatever the heck it was. So, I just think that people are going to be a little concerned and surprised about what they find in some of the financial releases as we come to their, first and second quarterly releases. So, anyways, we'll see if I'm right or wrong. Time will tell.
Cool. We'll definitely will. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit the thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. And over on X, I can't tell how many people are here. I have no idea. It says 40. Is that right? I only see 3 people only chatting. It's usually Mr. Ben here, Mr. David. Where's our other buddy, Uncle D Trades? That's it. But it says there's 40 people on here. So if you are on here, say hello. In chat. I don't know how you hit the like or how you like this thing. I don't know what you do on X. They got to figure it out. But more importantly, make sure you're hitting the live button, right? That you're live with the most up-to-date information. Same thing for YouTube. Make sure you're hitting that live because if you do not, you fall behind very, very quickly. So I sometimes see people responding to comments that me and you made, Peter, like a couple of minutes later, and we're like, oh yeah, they're not up to speed with what's going on here. So make sure you do that. This is one of those reminders. Hit that like button and make sure you hit live. And if you'd like to minimize your screen and do other stuff as you're doing that, like you minimize your YouTube or your ex, trust me, for some reason it's gonna fall behind. Make sure you come back and hit that live button. So there you go.
See, the
Yeah.
YouTube has been listening to me even as we're live broadcasting, Carlos, because I hit the refresh button because I wanted to see how many how many likes we got, and you had to sort of refresh the page to do that. And immediately I got an ad for Chair Tai Chi. So once again, there you go. And they've got their AI generated guy with the ripped abs who, after only 2 weeks of Chair Tai Chi, turned himself from a dad bod into a Greek god. So there you go. It's because that happens. That really works. Try your Chair Tai Chi.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised.
Oh boy. And just a reminder, we do still have a funded account we can give away this week. We haven't given away yet. So 500 likes unlocks that funded account. Then we can give that away. But I know a lot of people are still on vacation mode. Like I got a lot of friends that are still out this week, started last week. So I know that might be happening across the board here as kids are out of school and things people are enjoying their summer. So 500 could be difficult to hit, but it's use it or lose it. So I don't want to lose it. I want you guys to get that free funded
Take
account.
our stuff, please.
Yes.
We want to give away stuff. Come take our stuff.
Let's do it. It's free. Free for you.
It's free. Yeah.
Peter, the heat wave was crazy. So we got the numbers. 29 people confirmed died in New Jersey because of the heat wave that came through.
Oh my.
Yeah, it was that bad. It was brutal. 29, and it was the highest in the country so far. So it was insane here. So hopefully no more.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. There's a couple of bad stories out there, Carlos. I was reading actually I didn't see the update today, but like the Venezuelan earthquakes, death toll has gone up to over 3,000.
I saw that 3,000. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, and there's still more missing, and there's over 100. Oh, Ben says over 100 in New York. Yeah, like it's when you're trapped in a big concrete city like that, and you don't have air conditioning or you're just not properly equipped, that would be problematic. So.
Yeah, that is. And then we got hit right after the heat wave. We got hit with all kinds of storms. We got one of my wife's coworkers lost everything. I'm talking about house, cars. Yeah, because a tree had fallen, created the fire, and it got out safe, thankfully. But they lost everything, even their 2 cars. I mean, I'm just like, how did they lose 2 cars? They were in, parked in the garage, whatever. So it's just insane, man. So. I'm glad they're out safe, but man, that's a tough situation to be in. So good there's a little fundraiser going on for them to help them out. Really nice people too. My wife tells me they're really good people. All right, friends. Hopefully you guys are doing well. And again, if you're in that situation, we wish you all the best if you're going through any struggles just like that one, or even if you have family in Venezuela, man, that are struggling now. That's tough. So, all right, let's get into our gap down, which we got a boatload of things here. Rivian, I thought, was doing well in the last couple of days, right? We had them on our conversation a few weeks ago. I think they were gapping up towards 17, but now we are gapping down 11%, 2 million shares traded. Yeah, actually, even yesterday went up to 20, so they actually broke out of this range that they were kind of stuck in. So you see a nice little breakout there to 20, but giving all that right back this morning and back under this range, the top of this range that they've been in for the last couple of months. Actually, all 2026 for the most part. So Peter, not sure what's driving this. 2 million shares traded, so we got tons of volume. Rivian looks to be in play this morning.
Yeah, I mean, 2 things they did. First, they've got a secondary offering, 75 million shares they're issuing. They say they need to raise the cash to be able to pay for some obligations under their Department of Energy loan. So they basically need to raise money to pay their loan back, or part of it. And the other issue is that they issued guidance, and the guidance was not quite what the market wanted. They said they're expecting Q2 revenue around 1.55 to 1.65 billion. Market wanted to see a little bit higher than that. So that's a concern and why the stock is gapping down this morning.
All right. We traded Rivian before. We had it on our list when EV Madness was happening. Rivian was definitely one of them that was in play. And I remember all the good ones from like Rivian and Neo, Lucid. All of these were heavily in play. Not anymore. But But I don't know. Maybe Rivian today could be their day. So maybe I'll put them on a secondary list and just kind of see where
I
it
know.
goes. But
I'm looking back at
yeah,
some history here, and yeah, we haven't paid a lot of attention to Rivian. It's popped up every once in a while, but it's a long ways away from when we used to watch it every day.
yeah,
Um, but the trading actually looks okay, Carlos. I don't know what it actually looks like live, but I'm seeing an average of about 31 million shares a day. The
not
price
bad.
action yesterday on Thursday, Wednesday, all looked decent. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do about that, but
Yeah.
maybe, as you said, worth putting on a secondary just to see what it looks like.
Yeah, I think so. We'll put it on there in a secondary. It's got good volume already in the pre-market. It's got some news behind it, so hopefully that can give us some kind of movement and traction here, whether up or down. All right, let's take a look here. Sharan Zhang Rooney 8416. Guys, what are your thoughts on the lifetime memberships? I think we're throwing the house out the window. That's what I think. I was talking about this in the morning class yesterday. I was going through the membership and everything that's on there in that inner circle, Peter. I mean, was somebody drinking while they did this package? I think they were having fun. Whoever the marketing team did this, they said, you know what? Let's put that in there. I put that in there because it's a lot. The stuff you're getting, and not just because I'm part of BBT, you go through that list and you look at that price, and it'll be irresponsible of you not to take advantage of that price. I'm telling you right now. That's how I feel about that price and everything you're getting. Unlimited boot camps, like, you know what unlimited means? Unlimited boot camps. Just that alone, it's got to be worth a ton, right? So
Yeah.
I think it's an amazing package. Don't take my word for it. I'm biased. Ask the people here in the chat and let them tell you how they feel. But that package is just unbelievable. So Peter's going to show you that in a second, after we get through this gappers list. But the package with that unlimited unlimited boot camps and Andrew,
It's a good deal, basically.
it's a great deal. It's a great deal. So definitely check it out. ASX this morning down 7.8, 324,000 shares traded. ASE Technology Holding. We saw this yesterday, actually. I remember now. And how did it actually trade? Let's go back to yesterday. Here it is. Yesterday, it moved. Looks very light volume though. What are we doing there? This is let me see how much volume this is. Yeah, if you haven't seen something trade this light, I know it might look good now on a dead chart, but if you look at the live trading, it's pretty tough to get 100,000 shares on 5 minutes. It's pretty slow. So not for me today. Today they're gapping down here 37.9. So get feeling a little bit of a pressure, but I don't think it's going to trade well. I just think this stock doesn't get enough volume. So Peter, not sure what your thoughts are on ASX.
Yeah, I agree. It's not something that we're that familiar with. It's not the first time it's on the list, but I've never really paid any attention to it. I don't think it's going to give us a good trading opportunity. It looks pretty boring, pretty boring as a tradable stock. So yeah, can move on.
All right, here we go. Move on to the next one. Rivian, we got on deck already. DRAM, you guys know already about this ETF. I'm not going to go over it again. It pops up here every day. It shouldn't, but it does. WDC is the next one on here. This is Western Digital. Typically, I don't like the way to trade this one. I think it trades pretty wild. The last couple of weeks, you can see the increase in volume more than what they normally do, which is still not a whole lot, right? We're looking at 23 and around 12 million for the most part. They had a nice gap up moves here, right? So they did trade very well. Look at that, going almost to 800, maybe 800, back down to 539. So some pretty wild moves. Normally, this is what they do. They're very, very quiet in their movements, less volume. But lately, they have been doing better than they normally do. I still don't like the price action on it. To me, it almost moves like a New York Stock Exchange ticker, which can be a little tougher to trade. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of this one, Peter.
No, yeah, Western Digital is I mean, it's tough to trade at the best of times, not only because of, it's one of the higher priced ones. This probably gets the lower volume and larger spreads of the the stocks in this segment. Well, actually both this and SanDisk have always been a little tougher to trade. So, you don't need any news on it. This is one that can move every single day, but I just don't. I tend to avoid these just because they're just too challenging. The risk to reward is very difficult to manage, and
Yeah.
yeah, I stay away from them. I mean,
Uh,
there is a little news here in that apparently Samsung posted some very strong results. We don't trade Samsung on the North American markets. Um, but those strong results make people think that maybe there's some profit that they should be taking off of if you're holding some of these longer term. It looks like there's just
yep.
some profit taking as people are taking advantage of positive market sentiment, because we've seen that shift, haven't we? Like the memory stocks took a big hit late last week, and there's a concern, of course, that when you rise so far so fast, the fall could also be just as fast. So.
Agreed. And Frank, I see your comment over. I'm sorry, Uncle D Trade. I see your comment over on X. Yeah, and it's not so much the price tag. Because if you go forward, you're saying you like $200 stocks better than $500 stocks. If you go for a $200 stock, you could take less shares than a $500 stock. Because think about it,
Yep.
they move like $10, $20. So you need to take less shares. You're gonna make the same or even more, depending on a lot of things. But what I think is more disturbing is the price action. I think the price action above 250, above 300, and you're seeing that now with AMD. You see it with WDC. You definitely see it with SanDisk. The price action is different. It's very difficult to read the price action. I don't usually like the way those stocks trade. They usually get less volume. Did AMD start getting less volume after it went higher price? Did we see that or no?
A little bit,
A little bit,
not
not
significantly,
much.
but a little
Yeah.
bit. I would say, yeah, but interestingly, Micron's almost gone the other way. I find it tougher to trade at this price range,
Oh
but
yeah.
it's actually been getting consistently more volume
More volume.
over the
Yeah, you're
last
right.
over the last year. So, anyways, but yeah, but you're
Yeah.
right, Carlos. I mean, as the price goes up on these things, they just they get a little more erratic, a little more difficult to manage it. You got to take much bigger stop losses, and the spread gets wider. And again, I find it difficult when you watch these things and they're jumping up and down by $3, $4, $5 at a time. It makes it really, really tough to manage
Yeah.
your trade risk, is in my opinion anyways. So.
Yep, agreed. All right, and then on the list, Peter, you kind of spoke about a lot of these already, like the MUAMD. You kind of spoke about it earlier today and how they have been affected this morning. Let's go to you, man. Any of these you like that are your favorites that you're gonna be watching today this morning?
I mean, I'm definitely going to be watching the usual suspects in AMD and NVIDIA from the semiconductors. Like I said, the whole sector is down. I'll be watching them. Tesla, it just made such a great move yesterday. I was so frustrated not to have taken that, take advantage of that move. So and then Friday it moved well as well. It was the other way. It went down on Friday. Sorry, I keep saying Friday. It was Thursday, and then up yesterday. And it's proven that it's back in play, baby. And like I said, yesterday, we did end up with an inside day. But who cares, right? Normally, inside days you want to avoid, but the range was so big from that huge drop on Thursday that this inside day gave us a massive and excellent move higher. So I'm thinking today we could have yet another inside day and still take advantage of $15, $20 move almost. So, anyways, we'll see what happens, but it's on my list. One that's confusing me here, Carlos, on the gap down list is
Yep.
Compass Pathways, CMPS. Now, I don't know if you have it on your list. It's at the top of my gappers list here, and
It is now. It wasn't there earlier, but it is now. Yeah.
it was bouncing around the list, and I'm surprised to see it down, and it gets down 13% right now. The volume is relatively low. What's weird for me is I'm trying to figure out why it's down exactly, because it looks like they had some good news. They've got a couple of drugs in the pipeline. One that they're using to treat treatment-resistant depression (TRD), and they're in a phase 3 trial that basically is already in a phase 3 trial. It's becoming the standard for care of how it should be delivered. So there seems like they're very well positioned to be, so to sort of really help in this market space. They got some attention a little while ago. If you look, you can see how they spiked up twice, right? Well, you can see how ever since mid-April, how they've been moving higher. This is one of the companies that was involved in. Remember when President Trump, he voiced some support. He's talked about lots of things and lots of industries, of course, over his presidency here. But one of them was support for the use of psychedelics to treat PTSD. And this is one of the companies that has such a treatment program. Now, they've run into some problems with the FDA, just being that basically the FDA says you need to rewrite the test, like do your homework again. But they've got some political support out of Washington for this, which you think would potentially ease the approval. So I'm wondering if there's something else going on that I'm not seeing here that has maybe that approval been changed or removed. Like, why is it dropping so much? And it feels like there's relatively good news out there on both fronts, but there is a rumor that I'm just looking at now that apparently maybe one of their patients died during treatment. But again, remember, they're treating people with severe and chronic depression, so I hate to say it, but that's sort of par for, sort of what could very well happen, right? But and it doesn't necessarily mean it had anything to do with their treatment. It's just it was incidental to the process. Anyways,
to begin with, right?
Yeah, so that
tough.
could be that could be what's going on, is there was just rumors of a death, and that's what's causing it to gap down. But anyways, it feels like the company is well positioned. They're trying to do good things to help those with severe depression and PTSD. I just, it seems like it's overdone. So I'm tempted to watch this one just to see. I mean, this is one that doesn't trade a lot of volume, only 3 million shares a day on average. But being that we're already at over 600,000 shares, I'm thinking there might be an opportunity for a recovery if we get some positivity at the opening bell. So I don't know, a little speculation on my part, but one I thought I'd mention. So that's what I've got here, Carlos. There's a lot of stuff that's on the gap down list. A lot of the semiconductors we don't normally review, like Taiwan Semiconductor. I see that Novartis is on here, even BlackBerry, right? Broadcom, Intel. I mean, there's a whole bunch. Nokia, a lot of companies in that sector all seem to be gapping down. So, I think it's just pick whichever ones you like best and trade them. Even my good friend CoreWeave, which I do like to watch at times, wasn't a good day for CoreWeave, by the way, yesterday. But like we were saying, this is one of those stocks where every once in a while it'll have one of these awesome days where you're like, why wasn't I watching it? And then you go watch it for the next week and it'll do nothing of interest. So
agreed. Where's I know the president's flying over to Turkey, I believe. I don't see his aircraft. Is his aircraft not trackable when he's flying to highly dangerous places? Right, because when he's flying in the U.S., you can see it everywhere. But did they take it off? Yeah. When he went to China,
track the president's airplane.
Yeah, you could track it. You could see Air Force One, and you could see it going. When he went to China, we could have tracked it, but I can't track it now. Did he land already? He landed already. Already there. Okay, that's probably why I can't track it. Okay, if he already landed, it's not going to show it. All right, but yeah, he's on his way over there, so we'll see what comes out of that. And I'm sure we'll be seeing news. Yeah,
I would have thought that you wouldn't be able to track his flight. I mean, I don't know. I don't track planes. I know you're a plane guy. You like your plane stuff.
Oh, I love this is amazing, man. This is incredible technology.
Have you ever gone to like the end of a runway just to sit and watch the planes come in?
Of course.
Okay. All right. Silly.
Question. Yeah. Especially, but you got to go on windy days when the crosswind comes from the east to west or west to east. That's when Newark gets. You see these planes coming in sideways, man. It's unbelievable, the technology that these guys are able to do and how they were to land. And it's so funny. I think when you're on this plane, you see all that turbulence. You see the planes moving like this. I don't think you feel that much inside because people, if they felt the way that looks outside, they probably wouldn't fly again. You're like, oh my God, we moved that much. The wing almost hit the
Yeah.
ground. I'm like, yeah, it probably won't fly again. So there's a lot of stuff that's rather kept quiet, keep the flights going. All right. Oh, another fun fact, Peter. I heard, and I don't know how factual this is, but maybe in chat, people, people can actually tell us that Delta makes more money off their credit card as far as profit than the actual airline tickets. I'm like, that cannot be true.
That well, I mean that sort of makes sense. I mean, let's face it, their cost the cost to deliver and manage credit cards is a lot cheaper than the cost to
Well, you're moving
fly
people,
a plane.
yes, yes,
So
but
I mean,
I was
yeah.
like, really? They make more money off their credit cards of a little plastic card than the actual service they provide. I'm like, I
Yeah,
don't know. We
there's a
got to
lot of
question.
it.
We got to,
Look, I used to work for Ticketmaster years ago. Look,
yeah.
even I have my
Oh, what's this?
Ticketmaster.
Okay,
Just
yeah,
my mouse
mouse
pad
pad.
that I use
Yeah.
here, but a very old mouse pad, as you can see. It's all yellow now. But anyways, from back in the day. But Ticketmaster, at least the division that I worked for here in Canada, they made more money off of basically holding cash than they did off of selling tickets. So when you sell a ticket to a concert, Carlos, right? Like let's say, I don't know
Mm-hmm.
who name a band, Taylor Swift is coming to town. You're going to sell out that show, a year in advance. Well, Ticketmaster gets to hold the money
Oh,
for a year,
yes.
right? So they
Yes.
hold the money,
Wow.
but they
Yeah.
invest it. They invest it to make a return, and they make more money off of the holding the money value of the tickets and the exchange or whatever the interest rate on that than they actually do from the tickets. Because when you sell a ticket, of course, you've got credit card fraud, you've got the cost of running a call center, you've got to print the tickets or issue them and manage all that and pay the staff.
Yeah.
So yeah, they made a ton more money off of just holding cash than they did actually off of selling tickets. It's almost like they loved like long run plays and stuff where you would sell tickets a year or two in advance. Like when what was the big one that came in the U.S. there, the musical
Cats.
Hamilton. Hamilton.
Hamilton. Okay.
No,
Going way
right?
back
I
with
mean,
cats and whatever. Yeah.
yeah, I know the ticketing agencies were loving it when you get these big musicals that go around in the nation because you sell them out like a year or two in advance, and then they just get to hold the cash, and that's where they make so much more money than concerts
Mm.
that are put on and than happen 2 months from now. Anyways,
Wow. Look at that.
there's a
You
lot of
didn't know. Now you
businesses where
know. Did not know that.
yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of businesses you'd be surprised where they make more money off of sort of the secondary part of the business than the primary thing that you think they're in business to do.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing that's everybody sees, right? So, all right, friends. There we go. Finishing on my watch list here again. I am going to ask some of the stuff that Peter did mention, like NVIDIA on here. AMD, I find it difficult to trade. So I'm not going to add that one. But I know Peter will be watching. If you see something that looks really good, he would let us know. I'm going to put NVIDIA. I'll add Tesla. And let's go to you guys. See what you guys like. Let's get some stuff off your list. And then we'll finalize this, go to our announcement, see what's happening there, and get ready for this market open. Hopefully it's a good one. So let's take a look. Looking at your names here. PLTR, let's look at that one. Alex Band says PLTR keeps climbing. And if I look at PLTR here, it was moving up higher earlier. And on the daily, it does keep climbing. So it as low as 106.46 around that area, back to 134 after having a rough June. You can see here on the daily, June was very, very rough for PLTR. Has recovered since then. As of right now, 1.1 million shares traded. It is up 1.5. Pre-market doesn't look great, but a lot of pre-market stuff doesn't look great this morning. So, you can't take away too much from them on that. I personally do like PLTR, so I will add them to the list. If there's anything better, we can always take it off. But I personally like the way PLTR trades, right? I see Alex, you threw some other ones on here. Intel, I'm going to skip on that one. It's just not my thing. But Oracle, let's look at Oracle. I know it has been, wow, look at Oracle. Has been just getting destroyed here. All of June, not good for a lot of tech companies, right? So all of June has been pretty bad as we get cranking here in July. So another one that sold off pretty good here. Pre-market, very similar to PLTR, bouncing back a little bit and not doing a whole lot, but I do like PLTR much, much better than I do Oracle. MRVL, but if you like Oracle, if you have the space, you can watch it. MRVL, you know what? Surprisingly, for a stock that's on the higher price tag, this is not a bad trading stock. Like, it's one of the few that I actually don't mind watching. And I gotta say, the daily here does look slightly interesting. Who mentioned this one? Michael, 992 here. So, yeah, I kind of like the way this is setting up here. We're down 5.4, 854,000 shares traded. Yeah, this could be interesting. I kind of like MRVL. Not sure if it's on the main one or not. Let's put it here for now. But I kind of like the way this is setting up here. I might move it down though. We'll see. Peter, what's your thoughts on MRVL?
It's a tough one because you're right. I like where it sits on the daily. It's in this no man's land. You think it's either going to drop or go back up and recover, sort of a support level. It's a tough trader though, like on the
Yep.
average day. So it's just one of those where, it's a crapshoot. If you don't have a lot of other great stuff to watch, it could be very well worth your time because you could catch it on the day where it's going to be making that move that you can take advantage of. So.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
just
So
be gentle with it, right? Don't force a trade on it.
I like that. Be gentle.
Be gentle.
Mark is saying skipping on Intel. Yeah, man, Intel does me dirty every time. So it is in play. Don't get me wrong. I look at it now because you mentioned that you called me out on it. And you're right for calling me out on it. You're right. But it just does me dirty, man. It is in play, down 4.3, 2.7 million shares traded. But every time I look or try to trade this thing, I have not seen any success whatsoever. So I don't know what it is about it. Me and Intel just do not get along. But it's a good one for today. Peter, what's your insight on this one?
I agree with you. Like every time we've tried to trade it, it's just been both difficult and annoying to trade, right? Where it'll just
Right.
trend sideways and it doesn't do anything wrong, but it just like Carlos, how many times have we been at Intel where we're like, look, just either move or stop me
Move.
out for God's sake,
Do something.
right? Like I don't even care now if it's a loss. Just get me out of this trade because it's just moving
Right.
sideways and not doing anything, and I'm tired of watching it. So
Yeah.
I think we've been in that frustrating position for too many times
Too many
where I don't
times,
blame
I
you,
agree.
Carlos. There's some stocks you just say, you know what, I just not worth my mental aggravation. So
Yeah. Yep. Frank says he has heard Peter, and who else is this? Joey Diaz rants about Ticketmaster. Yeah, there's some bad press about
there,
Ticketmaster and some of the stuff they've done with some
oh,
of the vendors they got together with that
well, there
were.
has been for decades.
Yeah.
I'll just say this. Look, I was an executive. I worked for Ticketmaster for 10 years. I was an executive in the company before I left, and a minor executive, like a regional executive. But anyways, look, the industry is designed to be misunderstood and people like it that way. Basically, Ticketmaster, a big part of their value proposition to the industry is to be the lightning rod so that other people can do things that artists and the public don't like, and then Ticketmaster gets blamed. So yeah, they're
Ah.
sort of
Okay.
they're the face of evil, they're the agent of evil, but they're supporting an entire industry that wants them to be so, and that's what they're getting paid to do. So, anyway, there's deeper stories there, but it's an interesting model when you really dig into it. Where, why, so if they're so bad, why do they keep getting the contracts? Why do venues keep agreeing to deal with them? Right? Why do concert promoters always go to them? There's a good reason for it because they're making money on the back end, and Ticketmaster gets the blame. So, so they love
Yeah.
it because they get to make all their money and hide in the shadows. That's
Yeah.
my take on it. So there you go. Industry, you can come after me, entertainment industry, but.
No, that makes sense. Keep the artists out of the issue part. Artists keep selling, and they
Well,
keep,
the artist,
you
let's
know,
face it, the artist usually often does
or
actually
talent.
get screwed in the process. It's
Hmm.
often the booking agents and all the, that an agent is always going to make their percentage, right? Like
Yeah.
it's sort of like they're the lawyers. Agents are to the entertainment industry that lawyers are to corporate America. So, it's
Yeah.
like,
Very true.
they're making their money no matter what's going on. So,
Very, very true.
anyways.
All right, friends. I think I'm going to stop here on my list. I think I have enough. SpaceX, NVIDIA, Tesla, PLTR, and MRVL. Not much in the secondary list, but we can keep adding on later. But first, let's go to bearbutraders.com, friends, where you can see what's happening in our community. So let's go over here. We'll make this big. And sorry, I didn't have the webpage ready when I started talking, but I will get it ready now for you guys. Here it is, webinars.
Oh,
So click on webinars, and you can see what's
yeah.
happening for today.
Absolutely. So, as Carlos said, all you have to do is go to bearbulltraders.com and you can get the information that you need. It's Tuesday today, July the 7th, my wife's birthday. Happy birthday again. She reminded me this morning, Carlos, that I forgot.
Oh,
Like
oh.
I said good morning to her, and she said, "You do remember that it's my
No,
birthday, right?" And I had
Peter,
to
you
say
did not
honestly,
forget. You're not
I
that
said
type of guy,
I
man.
forgot. I did. I did.
Oh,
But we got like my son coming, and she's all stressed over this
no,
job
no,
thing,
no,
and
no, 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 no,
I
no.
just I forgot. I did.
Where? 1 second.
But I fessed
Where's
up to it. I admitted to her that I forgot. But yeah.
Where's the fumble? Peter fumbled today.
Oh
Now
no.
we.
Yeah. Oh,
Sorry, Peter. I got to give you this one. Oh, here's
no.
Peter with the birthday
You
reminder.
you
Fumble.
need more than just the fumble. You need like a little mushroom cloud or something going on there. That's
Oh,
the
like an
level of
atomic
fumble I
bomb.
committed.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Peter needs to be
Yeah.
chopped.
Yeah. Yeah. So, anyways,
Hey, listen, it happens. Life happens, but oh man, that's a tough one. Yeah.
The day's not over. I've got
gotta make this one
to
up.
recover a little bit.
Yes.
But yeah, I've got some recovery. So, like
Your son is there. It should help ease
the
the focus.
So
All
remember
right.
at the outset of this program when I joined Carlos, I said I have a busy day. I probably won't be trading all day. That's another one of the reasons because I got some emergency plans to put in place. Because yeah, I've got some explaining to do. Anyways, all right. But speaking of explaining, let's explain what's happening in the variable trading community because again, it's Tuesday, which means we focus on strategy and trade book activities. Today, we've got our signature webinar happening at 8 o'clock tonight when Jared is going to take the stage and he's going to talk about. I love it. He's got creative on his naming. Is the juice worth the squeeze? He's going to talk about straddles and strangles. So he loves options. He's pretty much an expert on using options. And he's going to help you understand straddles and strangles. If the terminology doesn't make sense to you, don't worry. Jared's going to help walk you through it, explain what it makes sense. He is probably our foremost options professor in the room, and he is very much like a professor. It's like it's a high level course whenever you go. So if you're interested in that, you need to join, and so you can be part of the community and take advantage. And if you join now, you could be part of that course there tonight at 8 p.m. So that's in the webinar room for all of our elite members. Like Carlos mentioned, you want to check out all of our memberships, especially those all-inclusive memberships. We do think that there was a little bit of I don't know, a little bit of alcohol being consumed. I don't know. Somebody got really excited. Whatever happened, we're giving away everything. This inner circle deal. There you go. There you go. Had a good big old puff and said, you know what? Let's put one price and give away everything forever. Pay one price. Now, it's not cheap, right? We're not suggesting that, but the value you get for that $4,000, the $39.99 at that inner circle is amazing. Unlimited access to our boot camp, which is a 3-month intensive course to focus on building your trading strategy, and you can do it as many times as you want because sometimes because there is so much material in it, it's usually difficult for people to get through all the material, and we've had many people that have paid multiple times to be part of the course because they've loved it so much and found that much value. So in this case, you don't have to, right? You can get it as part of your program. You also get a lifetime access to the chat room, all the webinars, and all the material that we're talking about. So if you want to do that, then absolutely the inner circle is the way to go. So Penn as an agent, yeah, I don't know. We don't work in that industry. I'll tell you what, you go charge somebody a little bit more and you can take your cut off the top. So actually don't do that. we don't want that to happen. That's a bad idea. Forget I said that. In any event, check it out. Anyways, whether you go with your annual, buying the annual program, or you go with either the career or inner circle, which are pay one price type deals, then check it out. It's really there's some great options there. All right, so hopefully you'll take advantage of that. Carlos, we got 15 minutes to this market open. Time to maybe set a couple of levels and then get going.
Yeah. Let's do that, friends. Set some levels here. And for those that missed onboarding class yesterday, because it always throws people off, if you missed it yesterday, we'll do it again on Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And we'll love to have you guys there if you did miss it earlier yesterday. All right, so SPCX, NVDA, I'm just putting it in here in my watch list, and we're going to go over them right now. Some levels. Tesla, PLTR is next. MRVL is the one after. So here we go. At SpaceX, again, stuck between the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days. They're being added to NASDAQ. Today, NASDAQ 100. So we'll see. People are asking in chat, is that going to make the stock price go up? We don't know. I don't think we ever watched something so closely like we do SpaceX, Peter. So I don't know if you have any experience. In your experience, have you seen something like this go up or down?
This is happening faster than normal, so yeah, it's
Okay.
tough to tell because normally you get a long lead up, and the stock price usually goes up in the lead up because people start readjusting their portfolios and adding it early. Because this got added so quickly, there wasn't a lot of that lead time, right? That usually you get
True.
because there is going to be more buying. Whether that's going to result in an increase in price, it's tough to tell because it's a new situation. You would think so. Like it would make sense that this would go up, but again, it's one of those where because you think people could also be taking an opportunity to try and sort of sell into that. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Like it's iffy. So yes,
the timing might not be easy to spot right on the buy. So there it is.
Traditional logic says that it should go up because there should be buying as people are adding it to all of their ETFs and market indices. But again, when that type
how
of thing
fast
happens,
is that happening? I'm sure that takes a little bit of time, right? So
yeah, well, they usually adjust pretty fast, but that's why it usually happens before they get added, right? Because people want to get in there early. Again, it's a brand new, we've never done it this way before, so we'll all find out together.
All right, we'll be here for it. So yeah, SpaceX friends being added on the list for that, and we'll see what it does here. So right now, looking good on the list, surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days. Not much levels to add, really. I just did the high of the pre-market, the low of the pre-market. And I think that's all you really need on SpaceX. SpaceX has built a nice little support area here. And I think outside of that, I don't think there's anything else you need to add on SpaceX. Let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA here, very active this morning. 4.5 million shares traded. Going to remove some of the older levels that we have on deck. So we have 190.60 is the low of the pre-market. The top of the pre-market, the high of the pre-market, sitting at 194.60. And then above that, guys, as far as the bigger picture, you're surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days, previous day closes. So it's just a lot happening there. I don't see where I can fit another level in there that makes sense above the high of the pre-market. Towards the low, before we look to the left, there is an area here off of the 29th of June. So we'll mark that down, 189.74, around that area there. And just some levels lower in case we do continue to see some more weakness out of the tech sector, including, let's bring this down over here, around 185.50 or so, if you want to put that level. So we'll see if there's more weakness coming for NVIDIA. Right now we're down 1.7. Have recovered pretty good in the pre-market though. So far, nice little double bottom here in the 5-minute. Back up to 192.50, 192.30-ish area. Let's see if that is going to hold. But NVIDIA looking good as far as volume and movement in the pre-market so far. Here's Tesla, which again, Tesla, some big moves lately. The last 7 trading days or so. Look how big these moves have been on the daily, right? Now, they've done this before, but it seems more, recent back-to-back than they normally do, right? They go one big day, then a couple of small days. But now it's like one big day, small, one big day, another big day yesterday. So let's see what today brings. So, sorry, not showing you the charts. Here it is. So there it is, big day there, another one here, and then another one yesterday. So a lot going on there. So let's see if we can take advantage of this again today. Low of the pre-market 412, 413 actually on the dot. High of the pre-market going to be at 419. Highs and lows for the last 2 trading days surrounding the price action here, but really out of the way given how big the range has been, especially on that Friday. We keep saying Friday, but it's Thursday. Thursday trading day. Here's another one, 405.75. I think it's a good one to have. And then you have another one towards the bottom here. It's 397. Of course, the whole dollar number, 400. 420, I think, is still a thing for Tesla. You can see right around that area, you got a lot happening. So maybe it's still a thing for Tesla. Who knows? But we do have levels around their previous day close, highs and lows, all that stuff, right around 419, which is pretty close to 420. So we'll see if that actually still means anything. All right, moving on to the next one is PLTR. PLTR with a good daily, moving up higher and higher, trying to do the same today, up 1.6. High of the pre-market 135.58, and then the low is 132. 132.91. But you do have the lows from 2 days ago here. I'm sorry, the high from yesterday. So that's already on there. I'm not going to worry too much about adding more levels to the downside. So to the top, in case we do continue higher, the big level right here, 141.42. Below that, we do have another area with a lot of resistance, 138.62. And then once you do that, guys, you're pretty set with PLTR. That looks very good. MRVL, it's not the typical stock that I watch, but when they do trade well, or when they are in play, they can trade well. I love the pre-market 234.31. The high is over at 241.83. So right in here. So let's see what it does. So there we have it. Towards the top, too many levels to add even more. I mean, it's just got everything on here. Don't need to add anything towards the top anymore. Towards the bottom, you got this gap that I'm not sure if we're looking to fill the gap that we had back in the beginning of June. But if we are, here's the level 224.43. And then below that, I got the support down here in 198.56, but that would be a stretch to get down there. I think that 224.43 is the more important area. So we'll see what happens there. Apple, you know what? Fleets of Fury. Yes, Apple is nearing their all-time highs. I think it's worth watching. It did me dirty yesterday a couple of times. Actually, just once. But I think it's still worth watching. I think it did me dirty. But
It did you dirty. Yep.
oh my goodness. But I think it's worth watching. So I'm going to put it on the secondary list there. But we'll keep a close eye on Apple because I think it is a nice one. In fact, we'll keep such a close eye on it that we are going to do levels for it. Here is a level towards the top, 317.33. The high of the pre-market, 315.68. And then the low is pretty much slamming into the previous day close. Below that, highs and lows for the last 2 trading days. But I think it's worth watching because again, you're nearing that all-time highs. Look how strong. Look at the comeback on this thing, right? Like this is a very strong comeback, man. Again, went down to 274.33 and just said we're gonna turn around and go the other way while everybody else is selling off and falling apart. Apple is doing the opposite. So I think yesterday too, what made this a little bit of a struggle for our breakout was the SPY. The SPY just kept selling off and just giving us unnecessary down pressure. Although Apple doesn't do what the SPY does most days, yesterday I think it might have had an effect on it before it actually made the move. So there it is, friends. That's what we have. 2 minutes to the market open. Peter, what is our team watching this morning in the chat?
Wait, what? How many minutes?
What did I say? I say 2?
I thought you said
7. No, 7. Excuse me.
Okay.
7.
Like,
7 minutes. Yeah.
I was starting to question. I thought I was like, not live.
I'm rushing you.
I thought, how does that happen? What's going?
Starting 5 minutes early. I gotta tell you. I gotta tell you, Peter. Love soccer. Love the World Cup. The best thing about it is us getting together. I was in my father's house last night. We're there with my parents. We were screaming. My voice is sore. We just couldn't believe what's happening. And football, soccer made that moment happen, right? Because this is what it is. So. If at all fails, if you don't love soccer, find a way to get together with someone and have beers. Another fun fact real quick before you have to go, since we have 6 minutes instead of 1. Did you hear that now that Brazil and Mexico are out, that the beer consumptions are not going to hit their estimates?
Oh.
I'm like, really? This is crazy. Like they wanted those teams in because those viewers are heavier drinkers than other teams. I'm like, what?
Really?
That's the thing they calculate. Yeah, that's something they actually calculate. So now they might have hit the numbers they expected. And now that Brazil and Mexico is out. I got some Mexican friends. I know. I know how they get down. I can't compete.
Oh boy. Sounds like they should have kept Scotland in it then, because apparently Scotland was drinking like Boston out of beer and
yeah.
But anyway, okay.
Gotta keep the drinkers in. Keep the business. Right. Keep the business flowing. All right, there you go.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense. You're gonna do the business math. You got to know which teams benefit your business and which don't. But that's interesting. Okay. What are we talking about? We were talking about. Let's talk about what our moderators are watching, because I've got their list right here, and right now in the chat room they're starting to post it. Looks like Andrew and Brian are all queued up, ready to go. Looks like Andrew got another haircut. What's going on, man? He's looking ready to join the military. But Andrew is going to be trading AMD, Micron, PLTR, Tesla, and Intel. Now he's not afraid of Micron like we are. He seems to like it okay. But he's got Intel and Micron, two of which Carlos and I both said we're not as we don't love it quite as much, but we can understand if you do. So that's fine. But Kyle is going to be watching SpaceX and Rivian. I've got Rivian and SpaceX on my list as well. I'm also watching Tesla and AMD. I think that's what I'm going to focus on. Mike is going to be watching SpaceX and NVIDIA. So we got a lot of commonality here. Interesting, Andrew says he doesn't like NVIDIA today. At least it's not on his list, not something that he's paying attention to. So we'll see who's right when the opening bell rings. It's usually Andrew, by the way. Just a hint as to the answer to that one. So
I was gonna say, is that a question? I mean, is that even a question?
I mean, it's you. Yeah, it's sort of like who's right. Sneak peek. It's Andrew. Almost always. It's almost every once in a while I'll get a trade that Andrew doesn't or takes the opposite of, and it works. Man, you feel like a god when that happens, right? I always feel like, yes, who's the master now? I've said that before because sometimes it makes you feel good. But anyways, yeah, usually that's not the case. So, all right. So that's the list, guys. Whatever you're paying attention to, make sure that you trade smart. Again, don't force anything. We now have 3 minutes to the market open, and let's wait and see what the moves happen. But don't be afraid to take them. Yesterday, I was trading live with friends at P Capital. I said I identified a whole lot of trades. They all didn't quite meet my criteria for one reason or another, which is unfortunate because most of them would have worked. So I'm thinking, do I need to loosen my criteria? I mean, I know I've been saying that for a while. I just haven't actually taken a step to do that. Maybe I do. Trade more at the open because the trades are there. You just need to take them. They don't always work, and that's the way it goes. So, all right, here we go.
It goes.
Market open 2.5 minutes.
Yes.
I like Rivian here. Again, Rivian is a interesting one just from the story, and look how it's just moving down and down here pre-market. Again, analysts didn't like their forecast as much as Rivian was hoping they were going to like it. So it'd be nice to get a pop up on Rivian and then maybe a drop. I feel like after the move higher that there is some gap down. But again, who knows, right? The big money has been supporting Rivian. And anyways, I'm going to be watching it, but that feels a little sketchy to me as to which way it's going to go. And then, of course, our semis, just wait for them to pick a direction. They usually like to. Yeah. Unfortunately, sometimes it's like right at the open. Sometimes it's 2 minutes before the open. Sometimes it's 10 minutes after the open. But almost inevitably, they go somewhere. I mean, there were remember the week that NVIDIA decided it was doing nothing? That was just sort of
a
week ago or so, and that was horrible.
Oh, it was brutal. Yeah, it's a week or maybe a week and a half ago. I can't remember, but it was so bad.
Yeah.
And trading a little bit better now, and we'll see.
AMD just moved down a little bit. Some good engulfing candles yesterday too. I know I wasn't here with you, Carlos. I was with our P Capital friends, but I really was seeing some engulfing candles that were very enticing. Again, on Tesla, I think was one that I was looking at. Well, that's how I ended up on Tesla and AMD a little bit later because I think they both had engulfing 1 minute candles. But all right, let's see. You know what? I just realized I didn't turn my alarms back on after the long weekend. You get a long weekend, and of course, I got to turn off all my alarms because otherwise they go off when the market's closed.
Yeah.
Got to turn them back on now. Let's
see. I have all my alarms off. My wife wakes me up, man. The last 2 weeks, I've been so out of it, man. It's been different. I'm not waking up at 5 a.m. anymore or 4, whatever. No. And I'm getting used to it. It's not good. I got to turn on the alarms. I'm getting used to it. My wife comes over around 6:15. Hey. I'm like, oh, thank you, sweetie. You're fresh. Here it is. 5 seconds to that open. And here we go. There's the bell.
Here we go. Yeah.
All right. See what the action is.
See what we got. Oh, come on. Oh.
Keep it green. Yes. Let's keep it green. Everything feeling a little bit weak right now. SpaceX selling off. NVIDIA. Tesla holding. You could find A good 1 minute
happening?
RB. MRVLs is stuck or
Oh my God, that was weird. My platform froze for a good five
mine too?
seconds.
And it was not
Okay,
just yours. Mine too with MRVLs
okay.
just froze.
Everything froze. That was
Yeah,
that is not
that's not
comfortable.
fun.
I hate it when that happens.
I hate. Yeah, I don't like that either. But it was not just you, man. I got the same thing. I'm like, wait, this isn't. Are we not getting volume or? I
Yeah.
realized nothing else is moving. So come on, Das. Don't fumble. All right, here we go. Rivian. We got shorts for Rivian. Yes, we do. Lenny. Doesn't move a lot actually, Rivian. If you notice these candles that they don't move a whole lot on Rivian. Yeah, it could have been data, David. Maybe the data got everything behind a little bit, right? Because we probably all
Oh,
use the same
yeah.
data servers. Who knows? So could have been that.
Yeah, presumably that's what happened.
Yeah. All right. Rivian. I was thinking of 1 minute engulfing here, but again, I'm just not sure if I want to trade right now. Well, I might want to wait 5 minutes, make sure everything is actually flushed out the system. So let's see. Tesla looking good there. NVDA above the VWAP. MRVL. Is it, James? I feel that too. I feel like we're not completely done here. Let me exit and come back in. 1 second. Not sure if that's gonna help, but I'm gonna do it anyways. All right. Refresh the platform because it does feel like it's a little laggy. Little lag action. All right, let's go back to PLTR. No, sorry, it was not PLTR. It was Rivian we were looking at. Not
I've
great.
gone short a little bit of AMD
Okay,
and
okay.
looking for a break through the low of day here. There we go. All right, so I'm covering some here at the low of day.
Very nice.
Oh, I had to hold on. It almost stopped me out because my stop was up at the VWAP and it practically stopped me out before
Yeah.
it moved here.
I'm checking out PLTR, see what it does here. I like it even now, still for like this breakout here above VWAP. You got this beautiful pop there. Yeah, all right, I'm going long. Going long PLTR, guys. I like the VWAP breakout. Whoa, what was that? You guys saw that flash? I don't like that.
The flash.
Yeah, like it just went red and then back to green, like all the way down here, like quickly, like
Huh.
boom, boom. It was very strange. That about. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Let's hope that we can get out of this without any issues. Did you saw that, Patrick? Right? I'm not going crazy yet. It was just like a big red candle and then back to green. All right, so we're long PLTR looking for the break. Higher here. Let's see if we can get a SPY though. Selling off, make it a new low now. That's not good for our long. Usually tends to put pressure on things going higher. SPY selling off some more. Oh, what's going on? Look at the SPY again.
Oh yes, look at this.
Yeah, I might get out of this. Yeah, I'm gonna get out. I think the SPY is messing things up. Let's see if we lose the VWAP here. Are we gonna hold it? 133.80. We can hold to that still. We can hold to here, to $1. We could give this $1. That's about it. Can't give it more than that.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
Nvidia is
we're out.
breaking
We're out.
higher. Okay, I want to
Um,
get down. I want
I
to
want to
get
get in the
five.
short.
Come on, come on.
So AMD, you're short AMD, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. I've got
Oh,
it on my
beautiful.
screen here,
Nice, nice, nice.
and I'm gonna take another partial here because this is just moving too aggressively.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to see if I can find a short to get in on this action, man. This looks good. I don't see any short opportunities right now. because the SPY is in sell mode at the moment. So trying to find.
Here's an update.
Oh, look at
on
PLTR
that
back
trade.
up. Oh, PLTR is back up. I could have had a better entry. Let's see if I get 130. Can I get in 134, 132? I will get back long on this if I can get a better entry on PLTR. Let's wait. Let's wait. Oh, maybe not. Easy, cowboy. Easy. All right, let's see here. PLTR. I think we're gonna have another long opportunity on PLTR. We got to see here. Tesla losing it. NVDA not having any of the sell-off. SpaceX, nice sell-off
Rivian.
here.
Darn it. I was busy focused on India. Rivian ended up selling off. I was thinking about Rivian for a short, but it was a little wild at the open. That first candle was up and down. It did end up dropping.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
And when things froze too, that was not because I was looking at Rivian for 1 minute engulfing, and then everything just stopped, and I'm like, let's wait a little bit. But now things are trading well now. They look okay. SPY is going back up. I want to see if PLTR is going to regain the VWAP and see there's a long opportunity there for us on PLTR.
You know, there's a good reminder how things can change. It's interesting, Carlos, on the image of my trade that I've posted.
Yep, I got it up.
If you've got it there. So if you were to, you look at that image and where I took that last partial, you can see it's a little bit of a red candle, right? And I got it down around 510. If you actually look at that candle now, that candle closed green, and it closed green up around 500 and 513. So, at the moment that I took that was what it looked like. But, the candle within, 10, 15 seconds, moved up to $2-3 and then closed green.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's moving a lot. So it's hard to. Now I'm looking at it and thinking, I wish I'd added more.
Yeah.
Well, but I've got a small size on it. I wish I'd added more, but the reality is it was moving so much. Like I said, it almost had stopped me out. Like if you look at that wick above my entry, that happened after I'd entered. So it moved up and just barely stayed below the VWAP. So it almost stopped me out. And I was just about to stop out, and then I said, let's just hang in here for a second because it hasn't quite gone through the VWAP yet. And obviously glad I did, but it was uncertain. It was really uncertain for a bit there.
Agreed.
Good trade. Hey, it's I won't complain. Green is green.
Yep, green is green. Man, SpaceX taking a little bit on the chin here. So look at that. NVIDIA lower, Tesla lower as well. I don't find any good shorts to actually jump in on. Don't see any plays to the downside that look good for me. MRVL looks messy. Potential 5-minute RB breakdown though. You got the range right there. Problem with this one, you got to give it like $3. Like you got to give it a lot on MRVL. I'm not sure if I'm willing to do that. So funny. So positive news on SpaceX, and look at the sell-off. Oh, you're getting added to this, and you're right, Pierre. Like people might find an opportunity to short into this. It's just you just never know, man. Now long term, yes, positive effects maybe the longer term, but right now, this is what it is. You're down 3.8. PLTR. How's Rivian? Rivian's coming back now. Apple also feeling some of the weakness here this morning. AMD as well. So I don't see nothing that I like long. How many shares of SpaceX are fair available to short on your platform? Let me see. I think we have plenty.
Good question. Yeah.
Not that much actually. Only 400,000.
Yeah, 400,000
We've seen more.
Is what I've got.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We see more, and in our platform, it's interactive brokers, by the way, Patrick. So We definitely seen more. So some platforms might not have it because I know Interactive Brokers has the one of the best short availabilities without having to locate shorts, right? They have pretty good inventory. Thinkorswim not so much. So I'll be surprised if Thinkorswim even has any. SpaceX, they might not. All right, here it is. NVIDIA trying to get above. I'm looking at that one and also PLTR. I think PLTR wanted to go. The SPY kind of messed things up here. So I'm looking for strength on PLTR again. 5-minute looks weird. Look at the 5-minute candles. They're all just like all indecision type candles here. Let's see. All right, let's see here. Oh, no, don't do that. Okay. All right, Rivian. PLTR is
Well,
not
I'm
doing.
sitting short in AMD, and I gotta say, it's like a
Yeah.
comfortable pair of shoes, man. Just
Oh, love it, love it.
it's my happy place. Just sitting here
Yes, yes, yes.
on an AMD short.
That is awesome, man. Um, I'm looking to see. I don't find any good shorts, although the market has kind of stopped selling off. I was looking for a short earlier, but couldn't find any good opportunity on the stuff I had on my list. So now I'm just seeing what else I can trade here. PLTR is the only thing on my list green. Everything else is down slightly. Apple's battling with the previous day closes back and forth. AMD down nicely, 6.4%. AMD here Apple trying to figure out if it wants to go green or not. You guys gonna make me look at it. All right, I'll look at it. Intel VWAP. You guys screaming over there. Intel. Fine, I'll look at Intel. I'm like,
I'll look.
you know,
I'll look at Intel. Damn you!
it is looking good for a VR break. I'm not going to lie to myself here. Let's see what happens. Let's see. Hey, maybe today's the day. All right, go fish. Just what right? What like forget everything a second later. So go fish mentality. Although my goldfish don't forget when it's time to eat. They know when I'm coming. They don't forget because they're by the glass, chowing air, looking for food. So they don't forget that. They don't forget the hand that feeds them. So here it is, Intel. Break it to the VWAP. Let's see where it does. See if
Well,
Intel.
we just popped above VWAP on AMD, and I just let it stop me out. I'm not going to play with this thing. I'm a little worried now. It looks like it might want to go back down. But anyways, I just let it hit my stop. So. All right. Well, still, I got not a bad trade. Not a bad way to start my day, anyways.
I was gonna type INTC here so I can switch to it quickly. All right, so INTC. All right, so we got the breakout, but we need pull back confirmation candle. We're gonna go long. SPY's trying to go above the VWAP as well, so I like that. Oh man, we're not gonna get a pullback. Intel's just gonna go, guys. So if your strategy is to get in right away here on the VWAP, you're doing good right now. You're up almost $1 off 114. But I'm waiting for this pullback and confirmation candle. So let's see. Got the pullback coming out. Here's PLTR as well. But I do have to say Intel does look better with the momentum. All right. Let's see if we put the pattern in place. And this will be a great combination if the SPY also moves higher. Like if the SPY can also move higher here while we're doing this move, that's a plus. But there it is. SPY is selling down a bit again. Nothing major right now, but it is selling down.
AMD is back up here, so that's good at least.
All right, let's see what Intel wants to do. SpaceX, nothing. NVDA, nothing. Tesla, not looking great. PLTR above the VWAP again. I think this is a long, guys. I believe PLTR is a long. So PLTR and Intel are the two being watched right now. Here's Intel. Hold it. See if it can hold the VWAP. That looks good. I like what Intel's doing. All right, potential long on Intel, guys. I do like what it's doing here for the VWAP breakout. Let's see how this candle ends. Let's see. I'm gonna be very patient. I'm gonna wait for like a full-blown confirmation
Carlos,
on this.
really?
I'm gonna be very patient. I'm not
All
forcing
right.
anything. I'm not jumping the gun. No gut feeling stuff on this stock. None of that nonsense. And that's not working out right now. Good. We didn't jump in. But it looks really good. Still looks good. If it can come back up here, still looks good. But right now it's failing that. It's failing that play. It's just the market. The market is selling back down towards the low again. I just don't want to go against the market today. The market seems to have a little grip on things. PLTR is another one. Look at the VI breakout. Here's the pullback. Here's the push higher. I like PLTR better, actually. Like that there. Intel. No, it doesn't matter. Actually, they both look good. They both look good. It's just, can the SPY keep the push higher? Yeah, how's your AMD going, Peter? Oh, nothing
I'm
lower
out.
yet.
I'm out of it.
Oh, you're out? Oh, okay, okay. Okay.
Yeah. I got stopped out because it went up above VWAP, so it stopped me out there. I'm
Gotcha.
not sure what it wants to do. I'm watching it to see, is it going to go short again? It's a little
Yeah.
choppy right now, so I'm thinking that it's another short, but I'm
Mm.
hesitant to take it because it just doesn't feel that it doesn't feel that I don't know, convicted, right? It
Yeah.
maybe wants to move short, maybe it could move higher. It all depends, because look at the market. The market was moving down for 3 candles, and then boom, you get this shoot up on a candle, and it's
Yeah.
sort of bringing everything with it. So it's a little bit tough to have confidence in a
Oh,
move.
yeah. I just missed a good entry on PLTR. 134.33. It's 30 cents off. Um. Okay, it's coming back. SPY putting a nice green candle. Can you hold that green candle and continue? Because clearly these stocks are doing whatever the market is doing. So Intel failed. Intel came well below the VWAP here, so it's not in play anymore. And PLTR for me has a better setup. All right, I'm gonna go long PLTR. Not the ideal entry. I could have had it here at 134.33, but it happened quick when the SPY did that move. So we're back. Did I get the same? I got the same entry as earlier. I could have had much better entry. That's okay. That's all right. PLTR doesn't move much, so our stop is 133.80 as far as price. Ah, see, but there they go. The SPY selling lower again. That is BS, man. Come on. PLTR, do your own thing. Don't listen to the market. Candy, no trades for you yet. Yeah, it's one of those days where things are just going sideways, and I'm pushing this breakout trade here, and every time, and it looks great. I will take this setup anytime, but the SPY is just, I don't think it's helping us at all here. So we'll see if PLTR has the strength to do his own thing and push higher, but not looking like the case right now. So let's see. The Intel recover. Intel did not recover. So we talked about these false VWAP breakdowns, right? If they don't break up, maybe they could become a false VWAP breakdown. So the entry would be, I guess, here. And let's see. Let's say our entry is here. Let's see if that would have worked, right? We're in here. Target low of the day. Stop 114. I would use this wick 114.60. I would use that as a stop, not the VWAP because you got a great intro. Use that. Let's see if that works. We'll come back to it. Let's see if that works. I should actually write that down and track those. See if it makes sense. What? I'm just gonna screenshot it. We'll just screenshot it.
I should have gotten short on AMD.
And stop loss. There it is. We'll screenshot that. Let's see if that's gonna play out. Let's track those. Okay, so here's PLTR. Oh, SPY's looking to make a new low again.
Like,
man.
It was a little choppy. I look at AMD now, and you're like, oh, you could have just gone short on it. But there were these top wicks. If I look at, let's be critical about it. It's not so easy.
It was a great short from the top here. 1 minute engulfing, or even a couple of minutes later. The problem was, that hesitation in market data freeze that we got. That made me want to wait on things.
Yeah, it's always a little concerning when your whole platform, especially when you, Carlos, said you saw the same thing, because I thought, well, maybe it's just my computer. But if you had the same thing at the same time, then it's definitely not my system.
Yeah. Yep. SPY made a new low. PLTR is holding, so that's good. But how long can it hold this selling pressure? We need a V reversal here from the SPY. Nope. Lower. And it's gonna go lower. Oh, let's see. Palantir trying to do his own thing here. Microsoft. Did you guys watch the game last night? Unfortunately, we did. That's not a game. That was like that was a beating.
Oh,
you watched the beating.
You're very critical.
The beating. No, listen. Of course, I'm exaggerating, but there was 2 goals that was just like, guys, let me remind you, you are professionals. Like, this shouldn't happen. Not in the World Cup. Like, in practice, yes. Not here. Like, go get the ball. Something else. SPY is completely losing it here. Somehow PLTR is staying above the VWAP, which is a good sign, I think. But SPY just made a new low again on this candle, and PLTR is trying. PLTR is talking to FIFA to fire Belgium. No, he's gonna. What was the comment I saw? I saw a comment where like Belgium is gonna get some new tariffs now. Oh, I love it. Love it. New tariffs for Belgium for beating us. Oh man. No. Actually, a lot of people. I don't follow soccer, but some people that do, they tell me that this is one of the U.S. best years. So I could see how bad they were before. So it's an improvement. So we got to be proud of that. He's like, yeah, these guys never make it anywhere. So I'm like, oh, okay, so this is good. We're happy. Again, I don't follow soccer, so I don't know. But I understand that, people are like, oh, that's because the president got involved and got that player in. Man, no player could help this team the way they play yesterday. I'm sorry. That didn't do nothing. So if you're mad that Trump did that, get over it. Doesn't mean anything because they just got destroyed. If they won, I could see Belgium, you'd be upset, but they weren't even close. Not even close. So, no effect.
So harsh.
In fact, I think the president of FIFA was actually that's a good decision. He knew how bad US was. Like, yeah, we'll bring them back. I'll be happy with the president. They're still not going to win. So he was smart, very smart with this. Got to give it to him. Smart play. Oh,
you know what? It's funny. It's funny. This must be like a Canadian-U.S. differential thing because Canada sort of got we got beaten similarly in our last game, which was
Yep.
disappointing. And it was a similar situation where we played well until we didn't, and then it was a 3-0 loss, and we
Yep.
just sort of lost it. But
Ah, gotta get out.
the general Canadian response was, good try, guys. Like really, had some defensive, failures. We gotta work harder in a couple of elements, but you did good. It was a record result. We're really proud of you. Let's go again for next time. Whereas now, what I'm hearing, from you and from the announcers, frankly, as I was listening to the broadcast, was you guys suck, man, and that was horrible, and like, you should go and like just,
There's no chill
stop
over
even
here, Peter.
playing. I'm like, whoa, that's
There's no chill
feels
over here,
harsh.
and we'll still back them. Like we'll still be U.S. fans, but there's no chill over here. You don't get a break.
No, no chill, yeah.
There's no chill. Oh no. Absolutely
Anyways.
no. Yeah, it's a rough crowd here. It really is. Oh. Wow. PLTR stopped me
Okay.
out again. And this is going to go long. I'm telling you, this is going to go long, but it's just the market has other plans. The market's keeps making a new low,
AMD.
keeps dropping. Is AMD dropping some more? Oh, it's back. Well, it
Yeah, it's
hasn't
dropped
really
back.
given you anything you didn't take already, right? I mean, you did get some partials down here. Are you thinking like if you
Yeah.
were to add to it, Peter? And
I was going to get back in at VWAP because I got stopped out above VWAP, but then it was breaking back down. I was going to get back
yeah.
in for the breakdown. So it's not like a massive move, but it's just another one
Mm-hmm.
where I said I'm going to take all the trades I see, and I have to admit, Carlos, I was looking at my P&L. I'm like, well, I've got the first win, and it was a pretty good win. Do I really want to, put it back on the
Mm,
table for what it
yeah.
feels like an uncertain trade? And I'm like, well, this one doesn't feel all that certain, but those are, I guess you got to live with those decisions, but they're not always the best decisions. So.
Yeah. Ah, PLTR. I'm telling you, I gotta stop looking at it because I'm gonna go long again because I truly believe this is going to take off.
uh,
It's choppy. It is choppy, but I just need the market to stop selling off. Um. So, hey, it's one of those days. Sometimes it just takes a couple of shots. Um, I think it's gonna take a couple of stabs to get the breakout. But we need SPY in our favor here, man. SPY is just, if you look at the SPY, it's just not helping any long situation right now. Oh, why is it taking so long to load? There it is. Okay, that's weird. Usually it doesn't take that long. Look at the SPY go now. All right. How's PTR doing? It hasn't reacted yet, but yeah, I think this is gonna break. It's just we need the SPY to kind of fall in line here. Um, Apple, Rivian, Intel, MRVL, PLTR. The other one that we had was Intel, but it failed. Okay, look, this would have worked. This false real breakout that we're thinking about did hit at least the first target here. So that would have worked, guys. We'll start tracking these, and if it makes sense, we'll start taking maybe some small trades on it. See if we can capitalize on that. I'm waiting for the U.S. celebration on Belgium's next loss. No, I don't think we'll care. I mean, we're gonna pick a team to go for. Who do we go for now? Does U.S. go for now? We got to root for someone. So we don't have Canada to root for.
Well, it's
Who's the next
interesting. So,
best team?
there's a Canadian expression going around right now that we're going CIA. So you probably haven't heard this because I think it's a Canadian thing. But if you check
So
Canadian
you're going like
social media,
missing in action, like
no,
missing in
no,
action.
CIA is so the teams you root for in order are Canada, the island countries, African countries. CIA. So
CIA. Okay.
yeah, which is an interesting perspective. I don't
That's
know
interesting. Yeah.
who coined this, but that was
Yeah.
so like okay, all
I
right.
thought it
So
was
now
gonna be like
there's no
missing in
island.
action or something.
No, there's no island countries left, so that's out of play. So that only leaves at least two African nations, right? We've got Morocco and Egypt that are still in. Well, at least
Mm.
until tonight, because I think Egypt's got a tough competitor tonight. So,
Mm. Where is the play here, guys? Where's the play? Not seeing anything, friends. If you see something, let me know. But I don't see
see, I didn't
anything.
miss that much. AMD back
You
up to
didn't, yeah.
VWAP, although VWAP's a little lower than it was, but still.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm okay on a day like today where I forgot my wife's birthday.
Oh man, that's tough.
Who do I think played the best? USA, Canada, or Mexico? Ooh. You mean overall, David, or like in their last game? Because if it's in their last game, I'd have to say it was Mexico. But Mexico, Mexico was. They also they play they play a little rougher than other than Canada or the U.S. does. Overall, probably I'd say I'd actually give USA the nod as to who played best overall throughout the tournament. Canada sort of just
Well,
squeaked through where they're at.
they had a
They had,
great start. Like they
they had
crushed
some
the
good
first
games.
half in a lot of games.
Yeah,
They
they had,
crushed it, and
well the group
you know,
stage they actually did really well in the group stage and
yeah,
looked pretty strong. I mean, they still had some defensive breakdowns, but they made it up by a very aggressive offense. So, but
yeah,
here, yeah, I guess when you run into a better team that shuts down your offense and you don't have a great defense, then I guess you're sort of in trouble, right?
they're screwed.
You're,
Yeah.
you're screwed. Yeah. So, anyways.
Yes, yes, yes. All right, friends. Looking to see where the next trade is gonna come from here. Um, I'm just not seeing anything I love at the moment. NVIDIA breaking out here. SpaceX struggling. Intel going lower actually. See, I mean, our VWAP rejection trade, our false VWAP breakout would have worked pretty nice on our Intel today. Glad we didn't take the long. Like we were committed to get in here on the breakout, but it failed the actual pattern. And then this downward pattern actually worked pretty good. Making a new low now, 110, 111. So that worked great. If you took that short, very nice.
Yeah. And my wife has asked for something. I need to do anything she asks for because, like we've already talked about, I'm in trouble. So, 1 second. I'll be right back.
Go do your thing. Go do your thing. Oh, Peter. Peter forgot his wife's birthday, which is today. So happy wife to Miss Donnelly. All right, let's see here. Apple doing some stuff. SpaceX, NVIDIA, Tesla, PLTR. Yes, 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 yes. Friends, give that thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. It does help out the channel a ton. We do have a free funded account to give away. 500 likes unlocks that funded account giveaway, and it's for everyone. Everyone here in chat, whether you're a Lambos and Garbage Truck member or not, you get access to the funded account. And you know what the hashtag is going to be today? So we win. We already got the hashtag in place. No. That's kind of rough. We'll leave that to the U.S. soccer team. We don't got to go that far with you. Come on now. Oh, we got to go. Oh no, Peter. Oh no, Peter.
Oh no, Peter. Oh
yeah.
no, Peter. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one today.
I'll just say I can bring some local knowledge to that. 101 roses would not fix anything. I have contemplated an overabundance of flowers, but The problem is my wife. She'd be more concerned about the money I'd spend on it. So
If she's not a
waste
flower
money on that.
person, yeah,
Oh no,
don't
she
do
loves
it. Yeah.
flowers.
Oh, she
She loves
does. Okay.
flowers.
Some
She's
people
just
don't love
like
it.
she'll
Yeah.
always think about the money first. What are you
Mm.
spending money on that for? So I'll have to make her some arts and
Oh.
crafts or something that's free, like a
Yeah,
kid.
it's more
Like
thoughtful. That arts and crafts stuff, man, they love that stuff. Like I always tell people like if they're running late for Valentine's, get it like a little jar, Peter, and then you get a little piece of paper. You start writing all the things you love about her. I love the way you smile when you were, and then you crumble it up, put it in, and you put a piece of chocolate. Then you put a piece of chocolate for a piece of paper. You fill up a little nice little bucket of glass, right? Here, take this to work. When you're feeling stressed, grab one of these, grab a paper, grab a chocolate. Oh, they love that stuff. It's quick, easy. You go to 99-cent store, pick this stuff up, man. Pick like Hershey's Kisses, whatever they like. And it goes a long way, man. So, and it's not so much that, it's just that you actually made it. You actually took the time to make it. I think you got a lot of making up to do, Peter, here.
You're probably
Oh,
right.
boy, oh, boy. All right, let's see. Um, uh, PLTR back above the VWAP. I'm not taking it until I see the SPY do something different than what it's doing now. But that's just going to cost me to miss it. I really think it's going to break out. It's just going to cost me to miss the trade. Or maybe we don't have to be, right at the beginning of the trade on this one.
Hey Carlos, I could just that is an awesome. I think I'm actually going to do that.
Oh, yeah, dude. Awesome. It will make,
I
it's a gift
not
that
not
keeps on giving because it'll sit on her desk, and a week from now, she's like, I can't believe you wrote this. All that fun stuff. It works.
I mean, I probably won't get that. She'll just roll her eyes a lot, but but
Well,
anyways,
you
it'll
throw
be
some fun ones in. Of course, you throw some dad jokes in there. Oh, Peter, this is so for you.
well,
Oh, oh boy, this is good. Oh, this is great. All right, friends. So it's not great as a SPY right now. Look at this VWAP breakout PLTR is putting together. But do I go one more time against this thing? I already lost. Actually, I haven't lost much. It's only been like $1.80 on each of these, so it hasn't been like a big loss. I'm still at a good point as far as the loss here, dollar-wise. So it
okay.
hasn't been a bad loss, but you don't want to be killed by 1,000 stabs either.
Death by 1,000 cuts. Microsoft looks like it's wants to lose VWAP here, but I don't trust these moves right now. SpaceX, on the other hand, looks like it's sort of at the low and might want to bounce, but there's no volume here, so this is not. I don't think this has been a particularly easy day. It hasn't been the worst of days, but it hasn't been that easy of a day. You can find random things that have moved. CoreWeave, when it broke through VWAP, it made a good move lower. There's a good little move on CoreWeave. Oracle, but I mean, it just moved down in the last few minutes, but it was moving sideways for a long time until it finally made that move. So a lot of the stuff that we typically watch hasn't been that great. Tesla, Apple, Microsoft. Look how tough Microsoft is. Chop, chop, chop. Big drop. Full recovery. Big drop again below VWAP. Like Microsoft could have cost some people a lot of money if you were trying to chase Microsoft around today. So it's not.
Oh, SPY, it's a new low, man. I'm glad I'm not. You know what? Today's just
Yeah.
not the day. I'm trying to go long on this thing. SPY's making a new low. It's just not the day for these long breakouts. Has anything been able to successfully break out long? NVDA, but it's just not the day. Look at Tesla go, baby. Oh yeah, it's not the day. Not for longs today, Peter. This is your type of show here now. Now I don't see anything setting up for us to take short either. That's the problem. So AMD my break lower now as the SPY goes lower. No, it's not, Mo. You're right. PLTR is not my usual setup. Well, this one here, you had a great rate breakout. And I actually wanted to take it for a 1 minute engulfing here. I was late to the party. This happened very quickly. So I was looking at the pullback, and then on the way back on, okay, this good setup here to go long. Not my usual setup. This one here is more like my usual setup. This is definitely a view at breakout. Look at the breakout, the pullback, love it. A little bit late again because this happens so quickly. But either way, it would not work because just how strong this sell-off has been. And I got to tell you, every time the SPY goes lower, I bet you now we go below the VWAP down to 133.40 because look at the SPY now making a brand new low. It is just not a long day. And I think that with the SPY selling off the way it is, I truly believe that PLTR would not have done this. I think they would have been strong today. It's my take on it. And I don't know if this has any correlation, but when I see the SPY selling off and stocks not really selling off, like look at SpaceX. Like this is clearly selling off with the market, right? Look at what's that on Tesla? Yeah. Clearly bending the knee, right? This is bending the knee. Peter, you got to bend the knee today, by the way. All right?
Bend the knee.
Bend the knee. All right, and the PLTR, when I think it goes sideways and everything else is selling off, I think these stocks actually want to be strong, but instead of moving down, they're just kind of holding here. Now, eventually, the market might sell so much that it says, "Hey, you know what? We can't hold this any longer." I think that's what's kind of happening here. We gotta go lower. But let's see. Let's see if it actually holds this area that it's been trying to hold. But the SPY just continues his bloodbath right now. So careful on reversals, careful on long breakouts. There's just not the time for that. I did Firebait Clay. So on the Intel, I actually took a screenshot of it too. All right. So I took a screenshot of it. And you know, I'm gonna start documenting these things and just to see if it makes sense. So we looked for VWAP breakout here. We didn't get the confirmation. Would have been here, and it looked great. Failed. So now the entry, I haven't planned this out yet, but I think the entry would be here, right? Same thing on a pullback, and then that, and then our target will be the low of the day or the next technical level. So I took a screenshot of it. I marked it down. I'll put some more notes together. I'm gonna do that going forward. When the VWAP breakout fails, since I'm already looking at it, we'll see if we can pick off a pattern that we can actually trade. And if I start trading one, maybe I'll do it. I'll trade it on the funded account or something. I don't want to risk my own money yet on it without some, you know, testing or, you know, making sure it's actually worth something. But this would work pretty nice. Look at that. It's actually working. This would have been a great trade right now from 113. $3 moves. So this almost.
Is the failure. You're basically talking about the failure trade, right?
Yeah, the false. I think Andrew has something like this, Peter, right? Called the false VWAP breakout. I don't think we have those videos anymore, but I remember Andrew having this strategy. So yeah, we took a screenshot. It's the first one to actually, you know, document like this. I'm gonna put some notes together, and then we'll see if we trade this in the funded account or something, and track the performance of it. See if it makes sense. Here it is. PLTR finally gave in, guys. Look at that. Look at that drop. Finally said no more.
Wow.
We held too long. We can't keep doing this. They're bending the knee. There it is. SPY is just too strong. So it held here as long as it could, and just the buyers that wanted to go long here just gave up. They're like, just like me. I gave up much sooner. But just like me, they're probably the same thing. They're all looking to go long. They're like, yeah, that's it. We can't afford to keep getting thrown around like this. And they're out. See ya. See ya. There we go. No, you can send screenshots in the chat here on YouTube. So it doesn't allow you to do that. But I can imagine it would be messy, right? Like I know some people follow the rules and send one or two, but can you imagine if you could post pictures in here? I didn't want to see the type of stuff that'll get through. You know, actually with YouTube, nothing will get through. If they, hey, there's some skin. It's my hand. Damn it, they'll block it. You know, like with the way they block things. My goodness. Oh boy. All right. But speaking of screenshots and trades, let's do this before the boys come on. Andrew and Brian are going to be joining us a little bit later, but let's do this first. Trades for today. So yeah, actually.
Yeah. And let's
I
get
want to
the likes
see.
up while we're at it, because we want to give
Yeah,
some
let's do
stuff
that.
away. Let's give you some free
Yeah.
stuff, guys.
Yep.
Give us the
Let's do that. Oh, five's no bueno. Let's see. Refresh. Okay, there it goes. All right. So let's bring this over here. Kyle. Kyle will be on later at 11. Kyle with a nice short on SMCI. So great day for shorts today. So one short here on the breakdown, low of the day. Good stuff there. Parceling into strength, into weakness. And then there it is. So great trade on SMCI. Kyle, he'll be on there to talk about that. Dask. Would that be Dax? Dax. Okay, we'll say that. Short here on Intel. Yeah, so great short. We talked about Intel being a good short this morning. So one short here, partialed all the way down there. Back up here. Oh, he copied us. He was listening to us, this guy. He was listening to our view at breakdown. He took it. Wow, this is exactly what we were just talking about. So short here, man, look at that, partialing down. Very good. Very, very good. Waited for the actual, breakdown. Beautiful. Ah, that's nice. That's exactly what we're thinking of doing. So very good stuff there, community member. Trader Troy, also short. This is 156 SpaceX. Confirm. Yes, SpaceX. Yep. One short SpaceX here. And short, and then partialing here when he got to his target. So very, very nice. Not bad, not bad. All right, let's continue here. We got Matthias on Rigetti. Oh, I like the font. It looks like Atari type font of some gaming Mario type font up here. So here it is, Rigetti, 1 minute. Short for the breakdown. And then partially he got his percentages here. So what is this, like MACD? That's not MACD. I'm not sure what this is, but he's tracking the percentages move, I guess. Maybe he's partialing. That's where it's at. I'm not sure. But short, partial, added, and partial again. So pretty good stuff there. Great job on that trade. All right. Wow, a lot of great trades, all to the short side so far, or most of them.
Well, not a surprise on a day like this.
Yeah, not surprising. SpaceX, another great short there. 5 minute ORB. That's beautiful. There's your range. One short, partial, short again, or added. Added, I'm going to assume, and then parceling down here as well. And he's using, this is trading terminal. Using trading terminal, got his signals and everything going. Very, very nice. So probably doing a funded account, Barack, our member there. Not bad. Some really great trades. I think they're all short. Let me just check. Short. Everything. All of them were short. So what's a short type of day today, friends?
Trader learner, you can use your entire buying power on every single trade if you want, but just keep in mind the limits are on how much how much P&L that you're, what you sort of lose. The bigger risk you put on, the faster I guess you could hit the loss limit and put yourself out of the game. So yeah, there's no limit on the funded account as to how big of a trade you can take, but limited to the size of the account, of course. But again, you want to be a little cautious with it.
Yep. Chris MC agree. Yeah, only 40 minutes in. And 50 now. And yeah, it does feel like it's been a lot longer because again, it's just been a very tough market open. Peter had a great trade on AMD, but I struggle with PLTR here. Look at PLTR. What was that about? Right back above the VWAP. So I don't know what was that. That's a huge engulfing
That was a big
pattern.
move down for it to just pop back up. Yeah.
Yeah, that was strange. And not like huge volume, a little bit extra volume, of course, but not like huge volume spike compared to what it was doing before. Maybe a couple of 100,000 more, maybe 200,000 more, but not significant, not crazy, but interesting. PLTR is up, yeah, PLTR is up. I'm not touching it anymore. I think it's too much messed up here with this engulfing V-shape reversal. I don't know what's taking place here. It's looking messy now. We'll leave it alone. Um, what else? NVIDIA back down. Tesla trying to hold. PLTR back below. Yeah, it's just PLTR has some kind of selling pressure up here. It's just having a really rough time. But look at the moves it's making now. It's like, again, we're going back down to 131.80. There's some really big sell-offs as putting in. Interesting. Did we find the bottom? I don't think we did. I don't know. I don't know.
We don't
Bottoms
know.
and tops are the hardest things to predict. Almost impossible. Like you can get lucky. You can get lucky here and there, but nobody really knows. Trust me. I've seen people get into that been in the markets way longer than me
Nobody
and Peter
knows.
have. I've managed way more money than me and Peter have together combined. And these guys will tell you they don't know. Like you really don't know. There's no way to tell where the bottom and the tops are.
Yep.
So all we could see is have a strategy in play, have your risk management. You might be wrong. First few times before you get it right, just make sure that risk to reward makes sense. You can cover your losses when you do get it right. But I don't know. I don't know if this is it.
You made me think when you said that nobody knows. It was like I saw that SNL skit going around again where it was supposed to be George Washington talking about. Hold on.
There you go.
Oh
Bless
my
you, Peter.
goodness, I got these sneezes that keep attacking me or these allergies. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh.
Anyways, I think it's supposed to be George Washington talking to the troops, and we will have a free country. We'll be free to measure things and in the method that we choose. We shall measure things using a mile. Shall be how many feet, sir? 5,280. And how many yards to a mile? Nobody knows. Yeah,
That's
you haven't
good.
seen
That's
that? It's a
good.
Saturday Night Live skit.
No,
It's a very good
I
skit.
haven't.
Oh, it's a great
Yeah.
skit. You got to watch it. I can't. What's the name of the comedian that does that? He's a guy that does a very sort of matter of fact. He Nate somebody. No, he's a fairly recent. He's become recently popular.
Newer. Yeah.
Anyways, it's very funny when he's like, so the things that like he says is exactly what happens in the U.S. and he sort of points out how it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Bargatze. Yeah,
Mm.
Bargatze is his last name. Nate Bargatze. Yeah. Anyways, he yeah, he's like we shall measure things in yards. Well, won't we use meters, sir? Only for certain unpopular events like track and swimming. But for the rest, we shall use yards. How many feet to the yard, sir? It'll be 10, right? No, it'll be 3. Why 3? Nobody knows. Anyways, whatever he does, it's sort of funny as he goes on. Yeah. Why shall we do it? Because we are free men.
MRVL, man, today was such a great short day, and I feel like I did not capitalize on this thing. Carlos, you always take 2 trades if they are losers. Not always. I lost 3 times in a row before taking 3 trades in a day. But I'm very careful once I get to. Go ahead, Peter.
Sorry, your mic's doing that thing again.
Oh, I'm trying to find us. Hold on, Russ is trying to get into the conversation. Let me refresh here.
Every once in a while, Carlos's microphone just goes a little choppy, so he's got to reset it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's come back since we're still keep the chat open. It's like it's weird. That's something weird. Anyway, hope it's better now.
Yep, sounds good now.
So no, I don't only stop at 2 losing trades. It's more about the dollar amount, right? How much I'm losing per day. But I know that after 2 losing trades, if you keep going, you have a 3rd and a 4th. It is very difficult to come back from that, and that's the big issue. You don't want to get to a point that, your one day that's going to be red is going to take you 5, 6 trades to make that up. No, that's not going to work long term. You got to be able to make 2 trades very quickly, like in one good trade, right? So that covers a red day, right? But if you have a red day where you're taking 5 red trades, 6 red trades, that's a problem. You're not going to make that up the following day or the next day, right? And it puts the pressure to want to trade a little bit bigger, to want to do this, to get a little creative to make up the loss, right? So with 2 losses, I'm pretty comfortable. I don't sweat it. I sleep great at night. 3, maybe if the max loss stays at a good amount, I have no problem with that because I know in one good trade that gets to 2, 3 Rs, you can make a big chunk of that back. But if you just start digging and digging and digging, you could have an amazing trade. It's going to feel like crap because you're not making back the losses. That you could have a beautiful trade, 10 Rs, but you're not making back the losses because you dug yourself in such a big hole, right? And it affects you. It did for me. Like, I'll have this great trade that I would not take a partial, let it run to its maximum because I'm trying to make up the losses that I had that were big, right? It just doesn't work. Doesn't work, at least for me, right? Everybody's different. Somebody could tell you that to do something different and it works for them. And again, I always mention that the hardest part about trading is that we all do something different, but it works for us. Am I doing it the best way possible? Probably not. Is Peter doing it the best way possible? Probably not. Andrew, probably not. But the way you do it, that you're able to make money consistently, that's the right way. Forget everybody else tells you.
Yep.
That's the right way. So find that sweet spot. That's important. That is important. But for sure, today, the sweet spot was going short. If you took a short trade, you were doing very, very well today. SpaceX. I didn't even see SpaceX. I was so focused on PLTR. Look, SpaceX would have been a good 5-minute ORB. That would have been a nice one. NVDA, there's no way I would have traded this today. This just looks all over the place. Tesla would have been a good one too. Very nice one. This would have been one of your trades, Peter, actually. This setup here, right around this area, usually you're short on this thing either here or here. This would have been one of your trades. But I know you was in an AMD at this point. No, you were in AMD at that time.
I guess that's why, yeah. But you're right. That looks good. That would have been a good short trade.
Yep. Thanks, Tommy. It takes time, right? And again, I wish I was this disciplined when I first started. And I was. I'll be honest. This took a lot of don't touch the heater. It's hot. Kept touching the heater. My hand lost some skin tissue. It wasn't like I'm this disciplined. Oh no, it was a lot of painful lessons to get to this point. Then you realize the heater's still hot. Stop touching it. Stop touching it. All right, is the bottom here over? SPY looks the same like it did on 10:15. So what's gonna make this one different now? This reversal. Maybe how far we extend it. What did Andrew trade? Andrew traded. I know he traded SpaceX. I know he took a. Is that a short? Took a short on SpaceX, Peter? I wasn't listening.
Don't know. No, I don't. I didn't quite get his trade, so I'm not sure, to be honest.
Yeah.
Where's Andrew's screen? I had his screen, but now it's all black.
Actually, that is. Yeah, he took a short on SpaceX. I think that's what he did there. Partial. He just took another partial. Yeah, I believe these are shorts.
He got short on SpaceX. Yep, he did actually.
Yeah, so he did very well on SpaceX there. Took advantage of that market drop that was happening. He should be joining us shortly. With Brian. There's a
These
video
going back up.
Go ahead, Peter. What?
Oh, I just said AMD is bouncing and coming back up. Tesla, yeah. Now I'm looking at Tesla. I'm like, how did I miss this whole
Yeah,
move?
Tesla's your trade. This is I seen you
It clearly
taking this.
bounced off the
Mm-hmm.
underside of VWAP. Yeah, like 4 times here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah,
Yeah.
it
Yep.
clearly was saying it was, giving you short opportunities.
Yep. Yep.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, this is definitely. You take that trade many, many times.
Mm-mm. Oh well. You think I might be a little bit distracted? I'm feeling. I can tell you, I'm feeling pretty guilty.
Uh, you have a plan in place, though. I know you do. You have a plan in place to have a
We're
nice
getting a plan.
recovery set up for today. So. Tommy, it's time to go to bed for me. Where are you? Where are you located?
Must be either Asia or
Asia's waking.
Australia.
No, Asia's going to bed. You're right. 10:30 evening. That's right. Good news about quantum. Yeah, it could be, but right now the market slammed everything, including quantum. So, Rigetti, IonQ. What are the other ones? Quickly we forget. QBTS. QBTS is one. Yeah, also down. Yeah, they were all gray shorts today. QUBT. Yeah, all of them down lower this morning. Yeah, I saw the Samsung earnings. Was this? I don't even know what the ticker is for Samsung. Are they traded? They're traded in the U.S. exchange
I
or
don't
no?
think they're traded. They're not traded on the U.S. markets.
Oh, okay.
Not that I'm aware. I
Okay.
don't think so. Hold on, let's find out for sure.
There's got to be maybe like an ETF that follows them. Maybe. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there is.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. See, there's no Samsung isn't traded on the U.S. markets.
Okay. I know they were talking about they had earnings today and that could be hurting, but their earnings were good. I heard they would have blockbuster earnings or something. So.
Yeah. What are they talking about? Brian's talking about me. Anyways, yeah, because they did have some information released that we talked about in passing, but because they're not traded, I didn't really worry about it too much.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow. Yeah, Tesla was probably the best trade of everything I was watching, really. CoreWeave made a good move once it decided to move, but it wasn't as easy to get into.
Yeah. Yep. CoreWeave was good too. Apple trying to come back to the previous day close. Why isn't Atlas syncing with PLTR? Not sure. Well, and PLTR is a funny one. Is that the only one that's not syncing with? Because PLTR has some real questionable moves here. So, but let me check. Let me check how it looks on my end. Let's see. Atlas. Where's my PLTR? PLTR. Nope, I don't have it here no more. Let me type it in. PLTR. Okay. Looks good to me, man. 133.10, 133. Yeah, I see it sinking fine. But again, I just put up the ticker, so maybe reset for me. So maybe close the ticker and open it up again, or close the whole platform, open it up again. Maybe that helps. If it's off sync, it shouldn't be. So I'm looking at the time. It's right on it. Yeah. Yeah, for 10:36, 48, 50. Yeah, it's right on it. Apple, yeah, I do like this, guys. Apple at the previous day close at the VWAP. How is Atlas looking for Apple, and how is the SPY looking? This could be a trade for us here. I just don't think you're in the pullback. Look at that. It's just gonna go. It's just gonna go. And it looks very bullish too on the Atlas. Apple looks mighty bullish here, friends. Let's see.
Coming through VWAP, yeah.
Let me zoom in a little more because I was looking at the really far out picture. Not as aggressive when you zoom in as a little bit, but still more bullish than bearish on Apple. Oh, let me show you. Here's what I'm looking at. So not bad. 313, 30, 314. It's just not a whole lot to the downside. What's the target? 315. 1440. Yeah, it seems like like Apple does the opposite of whatever the SPY is doing. But this is also near the all-time high, so it's got a lot of good stuff going on for it. I don't want to chase it. Man, I am losing my voice. I can feel it. So like
Oh yeah, because of last night.
Yeah, because last night. Well, it started Sunday, right? All the screaming on Sunday,
okay.
And then last night a little more screaming. It's like, dude, gotta get the rest in. Like you gotta go to bed early. You gotta get rest, and I haven't had that the last couple of days, and it's starting to like really feel it. So I gotta get it together here.
You gotta calm down there, party animal.
I know, right? I think I am 25. Do that for the kids. All right. So we're pulling back here now on Apple. The risk to reward is great too. Like, cause you got the previous day close, you got the VWAP down there. Glad I didn't chase it. Look, it's pulling back now. If you still believe in the strategy, get in here, not up there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try this long, guys. And I'm not in yet, but I think I'm gonna try Apple long. I'm just waiting for the right confirmation type situation here. What is SPY doing? Because that's a big player now. The way things are moving. All right, I'm long. I'm long Apple, guys. Long Apple. Just got in. Let's see if we can break higher. All right, long Apple. Oh, nice. If we get a cushion right away, it'll be awesome. Like, I know Apple doesn't follow the SPY, but I don't want the SPY selling off. And it looks like the SPY's gonna like. I just don't want that to happen. It looks like the SPY's gonna make a new low.
Yeah, the SPY is selling off, but
What?
Apple's got a habit of like moving against the
Yeah,
SPY.
doing
So
his own thing. Yeah,
maybe,
yeah.
maybe I don't know. It's risky.
I always think you put enough pressure on something, and
Wow.
you're gonna make it do what you want it to do.
Wow.
AMD.
Oh,
What's he looking
SanDisk.
at?
Look at
SanDisk.
SanDisk. It's down almost
Bloodbath.
15%. 15%. That's another big down day
Damn,
for
this is
SanDisk.
another
It's
big one. Yeah.
we remember we talked about Western Digital before the open. It's down
Right.
almost 12%. So yeah, they're bringing them back down as fast as they brought them back up. Or as fast as they
Oh,
pushed them
this thing
higher.
is
So yeah,
getting.
that's it's getting
Yeah,
ugly out
yeah, yeah,
there.
yeah, yeah. Wow, it's getting destroyed. All right, let's see if Apple can hold the line here. They're above the VWAP and the previous day close. Let's see if we can manage this. But wow, that is brutal on SanDisk. Is the party over, guys? Is the AI memory party over?
Seems for the moment feels like it is.
Apple, you're letting me down again today. Yeah, I gotta get out. We're down 70 cents. Apple, hold the line, hold the line. Yeah, Sand. I'm looking at Sands on the other chart, and this is they had a bad day yesterday too. On SanDisk, that is not fun. I did not notice how much they're getting beat up today here. Memory data storage stocks slide and tech sell off. So yeah. Did that just why did it stop like that? That was weird. Maybe not. All right. There's no breakouts on these trades here, friends. Oh, stay above the VWAP. Go back into the green. Apple had two really strong days back to back, and now we're just very close towards the high of the all-time highs here, 317-ish, around there. I don't have the exact number, but hopefully we can hold here. Buys trying to recover. Is it going to be fast enough to get Apple to keep the momentum? Oh no, yeah. We gotta jump out. Come on. You're dangling the drop and then recovery on me, Apple. Dangling. Every time it comes back here, it pops back up. Like you're dangling this thing on me. Apple is selling more than buying on Bookmap. Yeah, it does look a little bit more bearish now. Not by much though. I still see a bullish on on Atlas. So yeah, I don't see a big. I mean, we have 311, but we have 314, so it's kind of flat. Like there's not a whole lot. Kind of flat. The big orders we had here earlier are gone, so this is why we're probably not going anywhere, up or down. You know, it's just kind of stuck here, green red between the previous day close at a 312.66. So I'm hoping that if the SPY can continue to change direction here, that it can help Apple. But again, Apple doesn't do what the SPY does; it does its own thing. So I don't know if that's going to be a big help, but we'll take anything we can get. We'll take anything that we can get. All right. With the PLTR, no, still couldn't. They get above the VWAP, but still couldn't break that 134.50-ish area. Still could not get above that. What a struggle for PLTR. Tesla. Okay, things are coming back up. Tesla's trying to push. Vid is trying to push. SPY's trying to push. Apple better not do one of this. We better not start doing the opposite of what the SPY does now. Don't do that to me. That's not the time to play those games. Come on, Apple. Oh boy. I gotta tell you. SPY, there it is, going higher. Very good. Rivian recovering. Intel as well. MRVL stopped the bleeding here a little bit. SpaceX, no, SpaceX is still making new lows. Oh, yeah, SpaceX on the daily, guys. Very interesting situation here. So remember, we got this is where they opened up. Their opening price, as far as the daily candle, right? Their IPO price was different, the one that was offered to people. But here's where it's at right here. So we're getting close, very close again. You know, can it hold? Can Apple hold? What's my target on Apple? A target on Apple is high of the day, 315.48. That will be the target. Friends, 351 likes. How many we need for 500? Let's give something away. 350. All right, so we still need a couple. Yeah. So hit the like if you haven't done so already. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. A lot of people just come and show up, but and they always get alerted, but they're not subscribed. So make sure to subscribe to the channel. You always get alerted when we go live, everything that's happening. We come here every day, Monday through Friday when the market is open. So make sure to hit that subscribe button and also that thumbs up button where you're down there. Again, 500 unlocks the free funded account giveaway to you guys. So take advantage of that. Yeah, 500. How many we need? We need much. 150. Guess it's to 500. So that's possible. That's possible. You found the plot. Sad day today. Oh man, what happened? What took place? Hopefully nothing too serious. Hopefully everybody's good. Bubbles is a good indicator. Bubbles? Like Atlas bubbles? What kind of bubbles? It's going to be a V-shaped reversal on the SPY. That's what I'm hoping for. And so I'm kind of being probably a little too flexible with Apple, especially down in this area. Because I'm hoping for that reversal to start kicking in here closer to 11. We should be getting the reversal period to come in here, right? At least back up to VWAP. Might not recover everything, but at least a little bit up that way. But we're not moving as fast as I would have liked. Up or down. Just kind of wrapping ourselves around this previous day close and VWAP. So but the market since about 1040 has been moving higher, and Apple has just been more sideways than anything when it actually started moving higher. So it was actually doing better when the market was selling off. From 1030 to 1045, the market's sell-off, this thing was going up higher. Nice signal here for the VWAP previous day close breakouts. We got long, and we just went sideways ever since we're in it. Here it is by making a new change in direction, a new high since that last bottom. And Apple just does the opposite. This is insane. All right, back to here. We're going to get out because I think it's just, yeah, it's no point in being in this. 312.20 is our stop. We're hitting the button. 312.20, we hit the button. We get out of this thing. So strange, man. Just SPY's pushing higher. Apple goes lower. Oh, yeah, we're out. We're out. Wow. Unbelievable. And of course, the fill all the way at the bottom. You're never going to get, good fill. But we're out of Apple. That's it. That's my last trade for today. We just can't buy a win. As Apple slices and dices us here on this last trade. My goodness. It's probably going to go up after this. It's probably going to bounce back here and just start heading higher, but we're not going to chase it. We're not going to fall into that game. No freaking way. No way, Jose. We're going to close green today on the SPY. I don't know, man. I don't know. SpaceX. Andrew traded short SpaceX is what I saw. He might have traded some other stuff, but the one I saw was SpaceX. I thought he was going to join us here. But maybe not. So Kyle is next. Kyle joining us from his travel setup. So he'll be joining us here. Man, rough day. Rough day. Oh, that's not good. A 37-story Midtown Manhattan building was evacuated after bricks began falling from the 21st floor. Ooh.
Whoa. Really?
Yeah. Emergency officials said. 37-story Midtown Manhattan building. So if it still has bricks, it's got to be pretty old. They don't make them like that no more. Not 37 stories high. That's for sure. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, take a break, man. I need a break too. I'm not gonna take any more trades until I get a break and come back. Fresh pair of eyes. I think there's gonna be some opportunities for reversals. But all three trades I took today have not worked out. I think PLTR might have an opportunity to go push higher. If it breaks this level here, I think you might have a shot there. Apple very strange with the SPY actually in a positive direction. Apple not able to continue this breakout, so just stuck in this chop and got me out at that Wick there, 312. AMD looking to bounce back. But yeah, it looks like the sell off is definitely slowing down on a lot of these tickers already. They're either going sideways or starting to see some of the breakouts here. More news. What do we got here? An hour ago, Trump hints that he will allow Turkey to rejoin the F-35 stealth fighter program. I know BB's not happy about that. What else we got going on? UK news. Go figure. Reform UK leader Nigel says he will resign as a lawmaker and stand in by-election after a controversy. What he do? The news cut off. Controversy? What?
What did he do?
What he do? Can't leave me hanging.
What did he do? Yeah.
What? Let's look this up now. It was like I clicked the link and I lost it. Like it was a notification. I guess I didn't click it properly. Controversy. Can't leave me hanging like this. I have to look this up. Yeah, it won't shock me if this thing comes back up. I just can't hold and end up being like 311.18, right? So it won't shock me if this comes back up, and I think you have opportunity for a long here. But I need to take a break before I keep trading. I want to just keep trading and trading and trading, and not making some profits here. So we'll take a break. But that's what usually happens, man. Usually after you get out, that is a turning point when things start going the other way. But from experience, you take the loss, move on. If you feel this thing is still in place, just get back in. Because the moment you don't do that, you start being too flexible with this, trust me, you'll end up paying a bigger price. So just get out and get back in.
All right.
I see Kyle is getting ready to go here. And I know you got a big date with trying to figure things out.
I got some work to do.
That's some work to do. So
yeah.
If anyone can get out of it, it's you, Peter.
I agree.
Can get out of it, it's you.
Yeah, I think he can pull it off.
He's got some tricks up his sleeves. It's not his first rodeo. He's been married long enough. He knows what to do.
Yeah,
exactly.
We got like 35 years at this.
Yeah,
so.
you know. Yeah. Get her some flowers. Order some of her favorite food or something.
Carlos had an awesome idea, so that's I think
that's a great one, man. You put like some in there because what gets is the comments, right? Whatever you put in there, man, it's awesome. Like it'll be 3 weeks from now, you'll be opening something and saying, "Wow, this is nice." It's a beautiful thing.
Right.
So,
what was your idea, Carlos? Sorry, I missed it.
So my idea was basically, for those that missed it, you take a jar, like a glass jar. And what you put is you put a nice note about her, something you love about her, or something funny, something sexy. You crumbled it up in a little piece of paper. You put it in there, and then you put for every paper, you put a piece of chocolate. So you give it to her, hey, here's for your work. So then at work, she'll have it at work. You know what? I feel like a chocolate today. You take eat the chocolate, take the piece of paper, she'll read it, and then that creates that like, oh man, this is nice. You put stuff like, I love the way you smile, where you look at me, like. Not long enough, but it's
that's a great idea.
It's a good one.
That's really
it's a good one. Yeah, it's a good one.
You're deep down a softie, hey Carlos?
Yeah, I'm a lover, man. I'm not a fighter. I pretend to be a fighter, but I'm a lover. I'm gonna be honest. I'll be a tough here. Screw this, screw that. US sucks. US this. No. This team should have won the game yesterday, but I'm a lover, man. I'm not that aggressive. Nowhere near.
Amazing. Awesome.
Andrew's asking, how is everyone? Everyone is good. We're good today. We're better than the U.S. soccer team. I'll tell you that much. We're good.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
You're not gonna let that go, man.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Just for this week. Next week we'll forget all about it.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I had a great trade. Carlos, I shared a couple trades with you just because I still can't share my DAS, but
I
put
can
up
show
my
them.
screen.
Yeah.
I'll do the
let me bring up your screen. What do you send me your trades? Through Telegram?
Telegram. Yeah.
Okay.
You can
All
pull
right,
them
let
up
me.
later on or whichever, but
If you
all
want to do
good.
it now, I could do it now.
Sure.
Your call.
Let's see. You can toss them up there, sure. So I had
Okay.
a really
Sweet.
good day on SMCI. This is my honestly, I've been battling some demons, like I've told people a lot. Like I don't know, like Peter, I listened to one of your inside trading terminal and just about the funded account. Like the transition is really interesting psychologically because like the funded like I was treating the funded account like it's real money because you want the payout, right? But
Yeah.
actually once I got that money and I put it into I have a small brokerage account, but trading with that money after doing the funded account is such an interesting psychological shift because I know how to trade, but
Yeah.
um it's just very I don't know. Like it's because like the last 3 weeks I've kind of had the yips a little bit. Like today I executed my trade perfectly. Like this was my gap and go. I love this strategy. And like it was a great trade, but I don't know. It's just very interesting psychologically going from the funded account where like I know myself and a lot of people treat it like it's real money, but actually once I got that check from Andrew and I put it into my brokerage account, trading that money was I don't know. It's definitely a psychological shift, and I don't know why. And like maybe I need to pay you for a one-on-one mentorship or something. But it's just so interesting how like I'm not attached to the money, but I am. But I de-risked
Yeah.
myself
Oh,
a little bit,
yeah.
and yeah, I watched your webinar on P Capital I think last week, and just the chat you guys were having really stuck with me, and I don't know, like because I up my risk a little bit. Like my what I do is I create a bit of a buffer out of the gates, right?
Okay.
And then I up my risk on the last month to try and get to the 10,000 because there was somebody inside your group who mentioned like to get a $10,000 payout on a $12,500 account is like 6 R a day.
Right.
So, like, doing that outside of the funded account live in your account is almost it's not really achievable. It can happen, but I think it's just it's too much, like trying to shoot for 6 R every day is like if you do that, it's amazing. But
See,
I'm
that's
rambling on here a little bit, but
yeah. But in what you mentioned is part of the problem, right? You can
Mhm.
achieve 6R every day. What people forget is that's an average. So you're right. Don't go for 6R every day. What you do is you go for the base hits, and every once in a while you hit a home run, right?
Right,
And
exactly.
and and that's what usually people forget is I'm just trying to get my strategy entry because I don't know which one of these is going to work famously and which one is going to fail famously. You just don't
Mhm,
know. That's why you've got to take all the trades that meet your trade setup criteria and do it with confidence. And that's tough to do when you're trading
mhm.
real money. That's why Andrew is such a brilliant trader. He takes everything without fear. Some work
Right.
great. Some don't
Yeah,
work at all. Some only work, okay. But
yeah.
the what you're really doing is you're just putting yourself consistently in a position where you can then take advantage of the occasional 10, 20R trade that
Mhm.
gives you the 6R average, but that's not what you're trying to achieve on every given trade.
Yeah,
Again, it sort of sounds obvious when you say it like that, but actually doing that is really hard.
very hard.
Yeah, yeah,
Especially as like I wouldn't call myself a rookie trader. Like I know how to trade, but I would
right.
say primarily the majority of my success has been in these funded accounts because when I first started, like I had $20,000 in a brokerage account. I lost half of it out of the gates, and then I started doing these funded accounts. So I've kind of my psychology has been attached to these funded accounts, and it's not actual real money. So then taking those payouts that I got from Andrew and putting in my actual account, it's different. Like, so I'm journaling all this stuff out, my emotions every single day. And it's just a forever ongoing battle. But like, I feel good. I know how to trade. It's just, I don't know, just every
Right.
day. I mean, everyone goes through these things, right? So, yeah.
Yeah.
But I had a great trade on SMCI, Peter, if you, or Carlos, if you want to pull that up. I had a great runner
Let's
on
take a
it.
look at it.
Um, yeah, here it is. Perfect. So this was it's a break and retest. That's pretty much what it is. But this is my gap and go strategy. Caught a runner. I got 2 or 3 ads on it, and really happy with it. Those are all 10% partials all the way down. Market Atlas had a huge order at $26, so I just partialed along the way. A couple ads, and I'm out of it now. My last ad was a little bit too big, but worked out. Okay, let's see. What else do we have here? YouTube, how are we doing today? Thanks, Carlos. Thanks, Peter.
Yep, anytime.
Farmer Kyle.
You
I
have,
know
you have
I
a
don't.
you have a Tesla one here. Let's show this one too. The Tesla one.
Oh yeah, I had a nice short on. This is a. You gotta pull on it. Beautiful. Yeah, so I was actually 2 for 2. That was just a break a low of the day. A couple partials, another ad. This is when everything was just rolling over beautifully. So that was a good trade as well. But I honestly I might frame that SMCI trade. That thing was just a gift I kept get going today. Like that market atlas. Oh, it was so beautiful today. I think there was 135,000 shares to the downside on SMCI. This Tesla was a little bit of a scalp, but yeah, it was good today. I executed well. I felt good. I slept really good last night. I woke up with a little pep in my step. My kids slept well. My kids slept okay last night, but I just felt good all day today, so it worked out. Let's see here. Yeah, I know I look weird without my glasses on, chat. They're in the other room, and the whole family's in the kitchen right now. So if I go in there and my kid sees me, it's going to be a mess. He'll want to come in here. So no glasses today. Let's see here. What's up, Kyle? Superstar. Patron, how are you? Trucky Kyle. Yeah, trucker hat, I know. I need a haircut. Honestly, my hair is out of control right now. So I've been wearing a hat for the last few days because I need a haircut. But so I'm not currently in anything. My last ad on SMCI here. I'm gonna pull it up on Trading Terminal so you guys can kind of see where I got out anyways. But yeah, really happy with my execution today. And honestly, Market Atlas was just so good to me all day today. My ads were at the 9 and the 20 pretty much as it kind of retested the area and consolidated. And I rode it all the way down to, I didn't get bottom ticked out, but around 20. I think I was all out. My last ad was 25.70, I think. And it was too big, so it came up and stopped me out. So I'm flat at the moment, but I do have a couple bullets in the chamber, so I'm waiting for maybe one more trade. But days like this, honestly, when you have a really good day like this, just I'm trying not to trade because I've had a couple rough weeks, honestly, and like Friday I had a really good day. Yesterday was okay. It was like, oh no, I didn't actually take any trades yesterday. That's right. I traded in YouTube a little bit after in a simulator, but I didn't take any live trades. Yeah, thanks, Candy. How'd you guys trade today? $93. Oops. Few scalps, all green. All right, team. Nice job. Yeah, I think if you went short on, well, a lot of the semis kind of sold off today. I actually didn't have SMCI on my watch list today, but as Andrew kind of calls them, the usual suspects. I always kind of have my finger on the pulse with SMCI, RGTI, QUBT, QBTS, but all the volume on them all this morning was just brutal. And then I popped onto SMCI, and I'm only on my a single laptop today, so I just have my market viewer on the right side, and I was just kind of going through my usual suspects, and the volume on this popped up really heavy to the downside, and it's a 52-week low. Andrew also pointed that out inside the chat room, and this thing just kept selling off all morning. So it was a beautiful trade. What else do we got going on here? Oops. What are you guys trading right now? Ben, Candy, you guys are all flat at the moment too? I know Andrew traded SpaceX today. That thing also went down to depths. SpaceX. And it's still going. 219.35. Oh, this isn't SpaceX. What am I doing? Okay, so it kind of bottomed out around 150. I know there was a big market atlas around 150, so it didn't quite get there, but 150.25 it touched and then kind of bounced from there. And it looks like the SPY and the keys are both kind of trying to recover a bit, but keys are bouncing. Yeah. It's a great morning though. I'm in such a good mood right now. I don't even know what to do. I just take a trade to get if I'm bored. SMCI actually could be a long. Like, look at the volume on SMCI right now. It's pretty much all buying. $26. Let's check out our good buddy Market Atlas and see what's going on to the upside here. There's still that huge order on Market Atlas for the downside. $25 is 136,000 shares. So depending on what the Qs do, it's too bad I got. This is my problem when I'm in such a winner. I usually not such a winner, but my ads are too big. Like I get greedy once I'm really in the green. So I added too big on that last one, and then it stopped me out. My initial entry was on the gap and go. So I had I created that 5-minute range that we like to do on the first 5 candles. And my entry was at 950 after it broke the 5-minute range. Let me actually pull it up on this simulator so you guys can see the volume. This is one of those trades where it kind of just like grabbed you by the face and said, just take the damn trade. I wonder if I can go full screen here. Nope, it's as big as I can go. But I will zoom in. But I want you guys to focus in on the volume here. This is 2, 3, 4. If you guys are Bearable Traders members, I just posted my webinar about this where I go into detail around, I mean, this is well known in the trading community as the break and retest strategy. I just renamed it the gap and go. So you create your 5-minute range. So that's what I just created on with those 2 lines there. Okay. So once it breaks out the first time, so out of this range, it retests. And the top line here is also the 200 moving average, which is, as we all know, a very strong resistance. So I actually, you know what? This second line is the 50. The 200 isn't on here, but if you pull up your own trading screen, it's kind of hovering around the top side here. And so once it broke, it consolidated inside of this range here. It broke. I got in on this confirmation candle. At 9. Let me just check my entry. 950. I got in. So this candle here. So once it broke the range, it continued to sell off. And look at the volume. Look how many. This break and retest strategy. I know a lot of intraday traders trade this strategy based on the confirmation candle of the break of the initial range. So as it comes down, you don't get in on this candle. You get in on the next one once it confirms the breakdown. And look at the volume at the bottom. Look how many people got in. Obviously, it was down. It was trading around 194,000 shares 2 minutes prior. And then as it breaks the range, 261. And then where I got in as well, 410,000 shares. Okay. Then you put your stop loss at the 9 moving average and let it go. Okay. I added at this pullback, continue to move to the downside. And this is where you use Market Atlas and you're reading your level 2 and your tape, right? This is where you can get into your adding, but it depends on how much you partial. And this is where I've gotten into trouble in the past. And my patience as a trader is actually starting to grow a little bit more because I'm looking at my stats. Honestly, like because of what's been happening to me over the last month, I've been pretty dialed in on just when I'm partialing, how big I'm partialing. And then when you are going to add in, you have to do quick math in live time. So you can just look at your level 2 or your positions and see how many shares you have left. And then you don't want to do more than, in my humble opinion, you don't want to add more than 50%, because then obviously you're going to miss that move. So I took off, I think I was pretty scalpy on this today. I think I took off about 40% by here, and then I added, I think 30% here, and then I just waited for this whole move to come to the downside here. So when you adding to positions is, I would say out of the gates for newer traders, don't do it. Because it can kind of skew your mindset, right? Like you don't want to get too greedy. If you don't have the statistics to back up your trading yet, if you don't have a good trade book, just let your initial trade just breathe a bit, like I always say, because you want that confirmation, right? Let's see here, 1 minute. Here's another rant for you. Deuce Dale, semi-rally is far from being over, and this kind of failing due to the fundamentals, but externals. Yeah, I think semis are just they're struggling a little bit. SpaceX is down since yesterday, no positive effect whatsoever on the Nasdaq. Yeah. What's SpaceX doing now? Let's have a look. I mean, really, we could try and find a reversal on SpaceX, but the way she's been trading today, Market Atlas is still very bullish. There's a huge order at 150 on SpaceX. So, look at that. There's 600. I've never actually seen a market atlas this big. 666,000 shares are sitting at $150. That is nuts. And again, like as a newer trader, if you have market atlas, you could think that it's going to go there. But again, market atlas is just a tool. Let your strategy kind of play out and let that be a target for you, right? But that many shares, honestly, I don't see it not going there. It's only $1.40 away. So, I mean, if your strategies tells you to do so, I mean, that many shares is almost a given. This is just a simulator account inside trading terminal. Let's put on a trade for, just see if it gets there. Let's do 500 shares. If it closes below these two moving averages, I'll go short on this and target the 150. See what happens. Scalpy, scalpy. Frank, have a good day, buddy. How many likes are we at? Oh, we still haven't hit that 400 mark. No giveaways yet. I guess it's only Tuesday. We have 3 days left. Been cold, so I've been working on keeping it small partial in case it goes lower. Yeah. I've been really trying to do that too, you guys, like just leaving runners on. But it's hard, right? Like, especially if it pulls back so close to your stop loss. But knowing the downside, the potential, leaving like 10 or 15% on after you've had a really good move. I mean, it works out. It depends on your risk, but if you leave 10 to 15% on and you get another 3 to 4R out of it, I mean, why not? Dale, what are you short? Are you shorting semis? Well, for sure, me too. My mind is, yeah. And that's why it's so interesting trading, full time every single day, because your mind is always being tested. So, but I think knowing the potential long term and not just looking at Maui, no, thank you. Sorry, my dog's barking. But knowing the potential of leaving runners on, it's worth the risk of leaving like 20% on sometimes, right? So, Kyle, do you reckon to use fixed risk? 100%. So I was talking to Peter about this a little bit earlier. So I usually, so in my funded accounts, I've always created a buffer. This is kind of my way to do it, and I've said this a few times, so sorry for saying it again to everyone in here, but because you only get 2,000s of drawdown, right? You get $2,000 of drawdown. You have to use a fixed risk every single trade, but risk like $50. And then, create a little buffer for a month, and then you can up your risk. But you don't necessarily, like I've said before, don't chase the $10,000, right? Try to break even on it. If you're a newer trader, like just try and get your money back. And if you come out on top, great. But it's an educational tool, and that's what you need to think about. Who was asking about that? Hussein, I think. Because if you're just doing max buying power and you're just trying to, you might as well just go to the casino and throw $500 on black and see how you come out. Starting from $50 would be okay. Yeah. So you have to think of it this way, right? So if you're getting $2,000 to trade with, because if you hit the $10,500 drawdown, you can still use the funded account, but you're not eligible for a payout. So the way you really need to do it, you can't risk a full 1% because you don't have the $12,500 to actually use. You only have 2,000, right? So risk $50 and you divide. So you take 2,000 bucks divided by 50. So you get 40 trades to execute on. Okay. And say your hit rate's 60, 70%. That's going to keep you in the game long enough. But if you're risking $150 a trade, you get 13 trades. So if you don't have a good strategy, you're not confident in it, and you're risking $150 a trade, you get 13 losing days before your account's blown up. So that's the math you have to do. And that's why using that equalized risk hotkey is so beneficial. It's because you know how many trades you get. And because you need to trade for at least 30 days, right? You need to do that math of how much you're risking. Now, if you're not using the equalized risk and you're just, max buying, that's where you get into trouble. And I've never been guilty of actually going full buying power because you're 1 to 2 candlesticks away from blowing the account. So use it as an educational tool, hang out with us in the daytime, build your trade book, right? Then you can do it. There's a simulator in there as well. Like you can go into the trading terminal, go in the replay mode, and that is where you're going to become a good trader, is build your strategy in the replay simulator. Okay. Then go into the funded account, test your strategy, see if you can make a couple $1,000. Okay. And then go into peak capital. This is the way you do it. Can you show how to use the equalized risk? I can. So inside of this, so what you're going to do is on the left side here, where this bullet is, so put your $50 here. Okay. Select the target, the bullseye, pull it over to where you want your stop loss to be. Okay. So you've entered your $50 risk, you've hit your bullseye. Okay. Now you're going to select where you want it to be. Say we want the risk to be at 25.90. Hit it. Sell. Okay. So because I put $50 of risk on, it has initiated 454 shares of SMCI, and I was filled at $25. And so you see how it automatically put that triangle on? So it automatically puts your stop loss in. So now you just sit and wait. Okay. So now because we've put on 10 cents of risk, roughly, you need to let this thing go 10 cents before you even think about partialing. If it goes against you, you get stopped out. C'est la vie. It is what it is. But once you get into the trade, you need to at least wait the time that you've risked. If you start to hammer your 10% partials right here, just because, oh, look on the left side, I'm up $6. Okay. I'm up a cup of coffee. You start hammering that 10% partial. Over the long term, you will lose as a trader. Because I guarantee you, and I'm guilty of this as well, when you partial too early, okay, it skews your numbers, but when it goes against you, you do not take it off as quickly as you partial once it's in the green, if that makes sense. That is where that's the kiss of death in trading. When you partial too early, okay, but you either move your stop loss, you double down, you leverage it in, okay, and you just don't cut your losers, right? And that's what I really admire about a lot of the traders, like the really good senior traders, like Eamon. When he knows my price action knowledge is not where his is. It's pretty good, but I can't honestly really tell when it's really going against me. Like when he gets out at break even and he saves himself, $200, it's such an amazing skill to have. Because you can actually log that out, and I know he does, and he talks about this inside of his Peak Capital memberships, is log that out as a positive trade, as a green trade, because you didn't actually get fully stopped out, right? It's very hard to do, like to know when to get out after, if you've been up almost your 1 hour and it comes back down against you. Because as a newer trader, you still have wishful thinking. You're like, oh, it's going to bounce from here. It's going to go. It's not going to hit my stop loss. Then you move your stop loss and it comes against you. So it's a very interesting psychological game that we're doing every single day, and it's the ultimate test of your psychological being as a human, right? Putting these stop losses on, or it's easy, right? But to partial the correct way, to not move your stop loss, to not leverage in. These are all the things that are on your shoulder when you're in the trade, but you just can't do it. I've been trading almost full time 3 years. I've done it all. I've moved my stop loss. I've leveraged in. I've blown funded accounts, countless funded accounts. But you find success eventually when you start to understand what's going on between your ears. And that's really the sweet spot, is how are you feeling in the day? And I know I'm a big advocate of meditation, okay? Reading before you sit down at your charts, right? You need to have a clear mind before you get into a trade. If you're hazy between the ears, don't trade. And it can be hard, right? And I talk to Peter about this all the time. He's like, it doesn't need to be hard not to take a trade. If your setup's not there, if you're having a bad day, don't trade, right? And this is where the gambling comes in. Like, trading can be gambling. If you don't have a setup, right, and you're just taking trades that are outside of your trade book, you're doing yourself a huge disservice. I know everyone wants to make money in this business, but you have to do it the right way. And the right way is what your trade book tells you. Okay. So the funded account's amazing. If you guys are thinking about signing up for it, if you don't have a huge account, if you don't have over, 25 grand, do the funded accounts, do a couple of them. Like Andrew, I've done 3. I'm finishing up my 3rd one right now. So he's not letting me do more than 3. So you can do 3 funded accounts. If you max them out, that's 30 grand. You put all that into a brokerage account, boom, then you're trading live, right? So yeah, things to think about. Yeah, I mean, I'm just honest, right? Like I have no reason to bullshit, sorry, to lie to you guys or to blow smoke, like, because before I was I've only been a moderator for Variable Traders for a month and a half, right? I'm learning still. My mind is still not 100%, right? Like Andrew's been trading almost 15 years. Brian's been trading 20 years. Eamon, 10. Carlos, 10. Peter, 10. Like, I'm at the beginning of my journey. Like, I've figured out a few things, but between my ears, I'm still, I'm still a rookie. I'm only 3 years into this game. Like, I've learned, the basics and I know how to execute, but every day is different. Every day is different. And not only is the market different every single day, but you are different every single day. So how do you show up to your computer every single day? So yeah, if you don't have a huge account, do the funded accounts. Like Andrew's giving away money. Like he's losing money doing this business, but he's in the business of helping people. He wants people to do well. And I've got money from him. People are always like, how long does it take you to get the money? Like, you actually got paid? Yes. Like he's paid, I think 350 grand. You can go to tradingterminal.com, or no, go to bearabletraders.com and you can see how much he's paid out. Right. So make your 1%, make your 0.5% and be happy with it. If you have a $15,000 account, risk $50 a trade. If you can make $150, 3R, take it and run. Okay. How much is the funded account? The funded account is $499 American, but you need to be a trading terminal user as well. So all in, it's around $800 for the whole experience. Sorry, my kid's at the window. Hi, how are you? They're throwing rocks at the window. Yeah, it's around $800 all in. But it's not about the money. This is what I really want you guys to preach. Unless you've been trading for, as long as I have, not even me, like 2 to 3 years, I really feel that's the sweet spot for a trader. Giveaways happen at 500 likes. So we got a little bit of work to do here. Make sure you like and subscribe. I think once we get to 1 million subscribers, Andrew is still going to give away a Tesla. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, the giveaways are at 500 likes a day. A full-time trader. No, I'm full-time. I bugged Andrew for about 6 months to work for him. Like, I know how to do a lot of video editing and things like that, YouTube clipping and stuff like that. So I just bugged him for a long time. And he said, if you can do 3 funded accounts and get paid out for them, we'll see what happens. So I was very fortunate that way, but I just wanted to give back. And like, I don't even care about like the money. I don't get paid a lot to work for him. I just really want to give back. And that's the honest truth. Like I've been a part of Bearable Traders for 3 years. Everything I've learned is from people in this community. So if I can help out some people and make, $50, $75 a day, life's expensive. I'm in Canada. Like groceries are so expensive. Everything is expensive. And that's why trading is so amazing, is because, you don't need to make $1,000 a day. It's not realistic. This is what people need to really dig down in. If you have $100,000 account and you make 1%, sure, you can make $1,000 a day. If you have an account that's $5,000, if you have an account that's 10 grand, you cannot expect yourself to make that kind of money. It's unrealistic. And then you just put that psychological pressure on you to make that kind of money every day. That's where FOMO comes in. That's where you chase trades. That's where you get into trouble. You cannot, in my humble opinion, make that kind of money. You cannot do it. Set your expectations where they need to be. Okay. What's minimum wage? Minimum wage in Canada is what? $20 an hour? $20 times 8 hours. So $160 a day. If you risk $50, you hit a 1 to 3R. You can make what someone working at whatever, a gas station, Tim Hortons, whatever, landscaper, whatever the case may be, in 5 minutes. You can be done. And then you can go out and you can do whatever you want. You can get a side hustle. You can go drive Uber, whatever you want to do, right? You risk $50, you hit a 3R trade, you make the same amount in 10 minutes that someone working minimum wage works for 8 hours. This is the way you need to think. Andrew has a $12 million account. He's an anomaly. These people, these guys with $400,000 or $500,000 accounts making that kind of money, right? You cannot put that in your world because it's not realistic. When Andrew makes $50,000 a trade, that's like nothing. It's not even 0.5 of a percent, right? So you do not attach yourself to the money. You need to attach yourself to your system and your strategy. Okay. Because once you attach yourself to the money, you get into trouble. And those are the demons I'm fighting right now too. Because I had a small brokerage account, because when I first started, I lost probably 8 grand. Okay. But these funded accounts, I've taken that money and put it into a brokerage account. And now I'm trading live with that money. But going from a funded account to a live account, it's different. The money is different because now it's really real. I like I said earlier, I treated my funded account like it was real because I really did need the money, right? Like I'm not anyone special. I'm just a normal guy. I have a mortgage, I have a kid, I'm getting married. So, making $10,000 is a lot of money to me, honest to God truth. So, and that's in America. I'm in Canada, so it actually worked out to be around $13,500, right? Set a little aside for taxes and whatnot, but then put the rest in a brokerage account, and then you trade with that money. So, and then if you make 1% of that, so you have a $25,000 account, right? Making $250 a day is amazing, right? And my whole goal was just to make as much money as I did as a restaurant manager. I was general manager in restaurants and bars and all that stuff. So averaging between $80 to $120,000 a year, depending on which position I was at. So that was my goal, is to replace that income, right? But even then, that is unrealistic, because making $100,000 times 250, that's $400 a day, right? And to make $400 a day, realistically, when you think about it, you need a $40,000 account. So you make 1% of 40,000 is $400. My account is not $40,000. So you need to manage your expectations. But if making 50, 60 grand is still okay. Like, there's us retail traders are in this little sweet spot. Like, everyone sees these gurus and whatnot making $50,000 a trade, 100,000, whatever the case may be. But there's this spot in the middle where everyone in this chat room sits, and that's okay. I'm okay to make $250 a day. There's a couple, like Friday, I made 12R, right? You just have to stay in the game long enough to experience those big moves. Get out when you're wrong, partial when you need to partial, and some days the market rewards you with one hell of a day. And those are the days you sit in and you be patient for, and your strategy will reward you with these things eventually. Like Friday, I made 2 grand. That is an obscene amount of money for me. And I'm not bragging about it, but I don't make that kind of money normally, right? When you're risking $100, $200 a trade max, $50, right, on the funded account is what I was doing. Seeing that is life-changing money, right? But it doesn't happen all the time. So here's a rant for you. How do I get to the funded account? The funded account is tradingterminal.com. I'll send it to you right now. And you guys email me. I get a bunch of emails around hotkeys and the funded accounts. Okay, you can email me, Kyle@bearabletraders.com. Okay, I'll help you with whatever I can. I'm here to help you. I want you guys all to succeed. I get not like I'm on a very small salary. The money is nothing to me. Like, I love seeing you guys make some cash. If I can help you fill up your gas tank, whatever the case may be, it's good for me. And I just want to give back and just help as many people as I can. So, Chris, you're all out NVIDIA short. Let's check out what's everyone doing here. Chris, have a good day, buddy. Take care. Enjoy the sun. It's supposed to be beautiful here. I'm in Calgary for today. I'm going to head back to Edmonton tomorrow, or late tonight, depending on. And that's just it, Candy. I'll tell you, this is the way that I think is like this. Money is energy. When you're trading, you're literally taking money from other traders, right? How you treat money, you need to have a good relationship with money, is because money is really nothing. Money is paper. Money is a tree. Money is an idea, right? But you still need to execute and put hard work into it, right? Money is fugazi. It's just like it's in the air, right? Like, but unfortunately for us, we need it. But especially with trading, you're fighting against, you're not fighting against, but you're taking money from other people. Now, these people happen to be extremely smart, talented, well educated. They know how to trade. They use higher time frames. They're not just scalpers. You're fighting against some of the smartest people in the whole world. These big banks, these traders at big banks, that these guys know how to trade. And us as a little guy trying to make 50 to, $200 a day, you're fighting against these people, right? But they're just people. However, they've learned something that you don't know, that I don't know, right? So you're fighting against these people and their money, right? And their energy, their mind. What is their thought process? Why are they shorting it here? What do they know that I don't know? And that's your job as a retail day trader, is to figure out the bigger picture, okay, of why people do certain things at certain times in the structure of the chart, right? And how do you find that out? You do that through back testing. You do that by going in the replay simulator. Um, so the trading terminal account to get funny. So get the trading terminal. I recommend doing that. If you're new to trading, okay, if you don't have a big account, and it's not even about the account. I have to stop saying that, because the funded account, it's there for you to learn to trade. Okay. The money is a byproduct of what happens inside the funded account based off of your mindset and how hard you're working. Okay. How do we do back testing? So you go to tradingterminal.com. There's a replay simulator inside of that. Yeah, you can't trade the same day, but you can go back months and you can just select any stock. Like today, SMCI was really good for me. So tomorrow, you can go in and back test. What, like, if you wanted to do my strategy, you type in SMCI and you can just replay anything, any ticker, any time, and that's how you build your trade book, is inside of that. Who asked me that? Nitish? If you have any questions, just shoot me an email. But I don't even know how much time inside the replay simulator. Hours, like days, honest to God, because that's where you iron out your strategy. And that's where Peak Capital comes into play. You'll see the boot camp underneath here. Peak Capital is attached to, it's another company with Bearable Traders, but you do all your back testing inside of there as well, right? So there's 3 different categories of trades, right? The Cat 1, Cat 2, Cat 3. Okay, so based on how you trade, how you execute your trades, you separate your trade into those categories. Was it an A+ setup? Did I execute my trade how I wanted to? Okay, these are all things you learn inside of Peak Capital, right? So that one is a bigger investment, but you get one-on-one coaching. Well, you're in a small group, right? But you get direct access to Eamon, to Carlos, to Peter, okay, to all these senior traders. You get to pick who you want, and that is where the beauty of, for me, that's where I separated. I was fortunate enough. I was just in YouTube chat with you guys like 2 years ago. I won a Peak Capital bootcamp. So Lenny was my coach, and like my son was born at the end of boot camp, so I didn't get the full experience that I should have. However, I got the basics, and I got access to all the back end stuff. And then you just listen and you just watch and you implement your trading style. And that's where I started to see a lot of success in my funded account, is because I started to listen to what was being taught inside of Peak Capital. So yeah, how do you trade? How do you choose which ticker to trade for the day? Honestly, like it's a usual suspect thing. Like Andrew says that a lot. I watch a lot of semiconductors all the time. Like on my scanner, I have a lot of semis. I trade a lot of SMCI, like I said, QUBT, like AMD, NVDL. Because my account's a little smaller, I trade leveraged products. So I trade, instead of NVIDIA, I trade NVDL. For Tesla, I trade TSLL. So instead of paying $500 for Tesla, I think it's like $20. So you can just buy more of it, right? But it's a double-edged sword. And that's where the equalized risk comes in, because it doesn't matter what the price is. It's going to give you, instead of buying 30 shares of Tesla, you'll get, whatever the case may be, say 1,200 shares. But the move isn't as big, right? So just be mindful of that. Bootcamp is online, you betcha. Yeah. The funded account with the trading terminal for the 3 months works out to be $800, in and around there, give or take a little bit. There you go. Yep. Spy left box in the corner. I don't use cam pivots. I do have them on my charts on my bottom screen just because they're more of just really good support levels. They're good to know where they are. There's no doubt about it because cam pivots are just really nice levels, right? Those pools of liquidity, that's where they sit. So I know guys who trade Cambrilla pivots and they find success in it, but it's not in necessary for my my trades, but they are good targets, right? So if you're short, you know, around S3, S4, you can target S5, S6 as as targets to take partials at, right? How often does a trading retreat happen at BBT? There's usually 1 to 2 a year. Like they did Thailand last year. Yeah, they're usually once or twice a year, I think. Yeah, I used to use I use like the gappers list. Like I honestly always listen to Carlos and Peter in the morning. They'll put up a couple good tickers on there, and then I'll go into the BBT chat room, and that's really where you get a lot of good information. Is because there's 700 people in there, and it's a live chat just like this, but there's a lot of senior traders in there. People have been trading for 6, 7, 8 years, and they'll just throw up a ticker in there and be like, "Hey, you guys, look at this," and then you'll put it up on your chart, and then you'll try and iron out your strategy based on where that ticker sits. So that's where the community is so important, and that's why you guys need to just sit in here with us every day and just listen to understand. Just don't listen and really, you know, look at the bigger picture of why these stocks are being picked, right? It's the gappers list on trading terminals. So we look at those and then we just go back to our usual suspects. Like trading the mega 8 stocks, you can't really lose because there's so much liquidity in them, right? But for me, the semiconductors have been really good for me. I traded primarily those for both of my funded accounts. So yeah, I mean, it's a hot sector, right? It's sector mania. Like, you know, now it's semiconductors. Before it was, you know, this, that, and the other thing. But what's next? And that's where being in a good community helps you with that. Is because people call things out all the time. Like, hey, KT, Kyle, look at SMCI right now. It's breaking VWAP. It's coming up to your 5-minute opening range trade. Like people just throw you these little treats every single day because they know about your trading strategy. Yeah, of course. Hood is really good for an orb. I've been back testing it a lot. Yeah. And that's part of it too, right? Like with the back testing, that's where you start to understand your strategy. When do you partial? How often do you partial? Right? I can't emphasize enough that once you're in a trade, you need to let it breathe a little bit before you take a partial. Okay. So once you're in it, give it a minute, give it 30 seconds to breathe, let it create and form a candle, and then start taking your partials. Don't partial too early and never move your stop loss. These are things that are quote unquote basic, but when you're trading and you know, people don't want to be proven wrong. It's part of being a human being. Like, you know, being stopped out is actually a good thing. It's protecting your capital. It's sure it's a shot to your ego. Oh, I was wrong, but it's okay. Getting stopped out in trading is a good thing. It's saving you your money because when you move it, you get wishful thinking, you leverage in. That's when you blow accounts, especially if you're in a funded account. If you're risking $100 and you're risking 10 cents, you pull that thing down to 30 cents. Now you're risking $300 on that trade. You leverage in for another 100. It moves another 10 cents. You've just lost $700, which is almost half of what you're allocated to lose before you're ineligible for a payout. Get stopped out, get back in, right? If the thing stops you out, if you get ticked out, right, and it comes back into your strategy area, into an orb, gives you a confirmation candle, just get back in the bloody thing. Getting stopped out's okay. You lose $50, that's okay. You're in at the wrong time. But if you re-enter at the right time with the right volume after a confirmation candle, and then you get rewarded with a 3, 4, 5 hour trade, losing $50 doesn't matter because you've just made 300. Honestly, like my reversals aren't as good. Eamon has his, what does he call it? Parabolic reversal. But I'm really just a momentum trader, like the 5 minute opening range, the break and retest. I, I do have one in my playbook, but I primarily don't trade them that much. I'd say out of 10 trades, 2 of them are reversals. But and this is the thing, right? So this is where you need to open your mind a little bit too, right? Is just because I don't know anything, I know a little bit about reversals. I do trade them, but I'm not as well versed as a lot of people in the chat room, right? And this is where the BBT chat room is so valuable, and YouTube as well. Bug each other. Hey, like what do you see? Like what are your um prerequisites for taking a trade on a reversal? What do you look for? Is it the 3 candlestick rule? Does the volume have to dry out? Do you need to see 3 minutes of consistent selling volume before you get into it? Right? Is it top ticked? Is it market atlas? Right? So this is where community is everything. And this is why I love what I'm doing right now, is because I want to help people figure this game out. But I alone can't just help you, right? So inside of BBT, like, this is one thing I've found a lot of success in, is because I don't have it, like I do have an ego, but I'm okay to ask people like, okay, you're an opening range trader, but why? Why do you get in? Why did you get in at that moment? And I've learned a lot of it is based on the confirmation candle. So as it breaks out of the range, you wait for that second candle, then you get in. You don't get in at just the range. You need the range to be confirmed, right? So yeah, I mean that's how I see price action, right? You need to look at the candlesticks, the closure, the volume inside of the range when it's going to break outside of the range. Trading as long as I have, especially the opening range break trading, you need to know where you are in the trend as well. Because if you're in a downtrend and you're hoping to get a big move on an opening range breakout, right? Your risk to reward isn't always going to be 3 to 4. And that's where I'm struggling personally, is because with these semiconductors, I was on an uptrend, and I got lucky with that trading these funded accounts because I was on an uptrend. So I was getting these runners of 5 to 6 to 7R, risking $75 a trade, right? So you get used to making 300-400 bucks on these runners. But when the market shifts a little bit and it's a bit choppier, and maybe you're in a bit of a downtrend, you're not as much as a long trader anymore. You need to adjust to becoming a short trader, a short 5 minute opening range break trader. So your eyes, your mind all has to shift daily to that. And that just comes with experience, right? But you need to manage your expectations. You're not always going to get these $300-400 a day, right? Like 3 weeks, I lost probably in the last 3 weeks. I think I lost like 60% of my trades. I was chasing things. I was, I was just, it's that psychological shift where it's just like some days it just doesn't work out, and it's okay not to trade, but you need to know where you are in a trend. Um, how do you see price action? Yeah, just candle for candle. This is one of things I learned from Lenny. Candle for candle, bar for bar. Okay, so every candle tells a story. Every single candle has a story. Where did it open? Where did it close? Was it a higher high? Was it a lower low? Are you inside of the range? Are you outside of the range? Has it broke out of the range? Right? These are things that you need to all think about live in the moment. And this is where, again, the back testing comes into play. Is because eventually you kind of become numb to it and you just start to understand what's happening. And then it's your job to execute your edge. And what is your edge? Right? Your edge is your strategy and your playbook, right? My edge, opening range trader. My really sharp edge is my gap and go, right? That is like for me where I made the majority of my money, or people call it the break and retest, right? But I've been doing it for so long. I can just, when I see a chart after the open or after the close and you stare at it, you can just see, you can look at it and you can see with your mind's eye where you would have got in. Would I have made money on this trade? Yes or no? You can just look at it and just be like, yep, I would have made money there. Or nope, I would have got stopped out. but that takes time. SMCI long. Let's see. Honestly, I haven't even looked at a chart in the last little bit here. I'm just flapping my gums here. Stand by. Yeah, it looks. What's the SPY doing here? I think if it, yeah, I mean, it's coming up to VWAP. Just wait for a double top from the 1110 range. If it breaks out of that range and squeezes above VWAP, the only issue I honestly have is on the 1 minute chart, how the 200 moving average is on top of VWAP. Because that is such a strong indicator, you really need to be mindful of that. And that huge order is still at $25 on SMCI. It is a long ways from here. However, the way this thing's been moving, I don't, I don't see it not happening. However, this is a pretty big move to the upside. And if you look at SMCI on your chart right now, I've found a lot of success when you log in, when the pre-market, when the 200 moving average is on top of all the moving averages, I would say 70% of the time it's a short. And that's where, and a reason why I executed my gap and go to the short on this side, because look at it, look at the open. It breaks through the 200 moving average, okay, comes back up, pre-market high. So it tags all that liquidity, boom, huge sell-off, okay, creates a range from 935 to 9, call it 47 around there. It breaks out with volume at the 948 candle, again, touches that 200 moving average, and then boom. This is where the bloodbath kind of started, right? So I went short at that 950 candle, re-added at 10 o'clock. I re-added to the short at 10:14. And this is the thing, all this is happening so quick. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, in 10 minutes, again, like I said, in 10 minutes, I made what someone working minimum wage made in 8 hours. A little bit more because I went pretty big size on this one because I love seeing that 200 moving average. So for it to go long right now, I mean, you could. The 5 and the 15-minute chart look pretty good. Nice hammer at 11:45 on the 5-minute chart. Good volume after that. And now it's coming back up to S6 on your cam pivots, right? So strong support. So it could grab it and go here, but I'd wait for it to clear this range because on the 1 minute chart, that could be a potential double top at 2603. So if it breaks through VWAP here, holds S6, squeezes through the 200 moving average, I mean, it could go for you. What do we have here? Okay, we've got 1 minute left. Thank you for hanging out, you guys. We didn't get to 500 likes, but that's okay. There's always tomorrow. Let's get a giveaway going. Let's get a giveaway going. What are we at here? 393 likes. Yeah, of course, you guys. And again, email me if you guys have any questions. I can give you my trade book. Follow me on Instagram. I'm doing a cool little $50,000 challenge. I'm trying to take my account to 50,000. So that's in the mix. If not, join P Capital Bootcamp. It's amazing. BearbullTraders.com. And we will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. Take care. Keep it green. Get outside. Go for a run. Go for a walk. Enjoy some time with your family. Have a good rest of your day, guys. Take care.